Welcome, gamers, to the final day of Avast Sub 25. I'm Jimmy here, joined by C-Dub and the returning Raisin. And my prayers go out to C-Dub for being on the West Coast right now. You know what? I'm happy, because this is actually the first BPL event where... Oh, let me show you. The sun is still out. Isn't that crazy? It's actually the first for me. Funny having a benefit here from being European, but yeah, if our viewers, if you've been missing the last few days, the action here, we've had 16 teams compete in a Swiss group, or in a Swiss bracket rather, to find out who will advance to our playoffs then today. Maybe we can take a look at our standings here, and you can see the results here. And the top 8 teams out of those 16 then moved on to our bracket starting today. Here's our standings. So everyone from Blue Screen to Selfish Gaming made it. It was very close at the end between Selfish and Dudas IRL, but they had the better stats, so they moved on. Totally no controversy about that. But yeah, let's take a look at our brackets here. It's going to be double Elim, which is the first for this sub tourney here. It's a lot of games today, so just to get this out of the way, that not all of these games will be streamed. Some of them will be off stream, but we will make sure that at least every team will get a chance to be on one of the 2 streams at some point. So if there's a team you're rooting for, don't worry, you'll get to see them in action. And speaking of seeing, let's see who our first match is on the stream tonight. It's Blue Screen versus Selfish. Selfish, they've already been on the B stream here already. For Blue Screen, it's their debut, and all I can say is finally, because damn, that is a good team. The only undefeated one remaining in Sub 25, and they look so dominant. Raisin, what's your take on these 2 teams?
Yeah, I mean, Blue Screen has the 1 seed for a reason, right? They've got an amazing DPS line. Bonesaw is nuts. They have probably the best support line I've seen in this tournament. Sure, Butters, both fantastic. We'll have to see. Interesting that they're starting Limeade. I don't know if that's what they usually do for Control, but
I think that is what they do, and then the second map they move Dust to DPS over Limeade.
Okay.
I think that's usually the rotation that they do.
Okay, they're 4-0 on Control maps so far, so if that's what they do, it seems to be working.
One's already committing friendly fire here on the stream, but see, if you're looking at these 2 starting rosters, which are the players that you say our viewers should keep an eye on?
Yeah, we already mentioned Bonesaw, definitely doing really, really well. Butters drinking a Bud Light already. That looked like it's. Come on, man. It's like it's depending on where it's 2 p.m. we got a day full of games. We got to relax there. But yeah, Butters too. Although he fluctuates between 42 to 36, pretty good player. Definitely got a lot of playmaking abilities. And then on the other side, I don't know. I know there was talk of Distortion not being able to make it, but Distortion's probably the best support player in this entire tournament. Yeah. Insanely good, really, really good on the Brig as well, just being able to keep that backline up. And when you don't have to worry about peeling for the backline as a tank, it allows you to be so much more aggressive. And when you have a support line like that, you can kind of leave them, they're going to be all right, and you can just go for blood. So that's kind of what I'm looking for on the side of Selfish. But let me see. Yep, Distortion was able to make it, so I couldn't remember what I saw.
I'm very excited to see him in action, and it's time for our first playoff match of Sub 25, Blue Screen versus Selfish. So I'm going to hand it over to C-Dub and Raisin, and you'll see me again after the match.
All right. Looks like Blue Screen's coming out on a rush comp. They got Butters on the BAP, Bonesaw playing the Doom Fist, and for Selfish, they are on the ball comp.
Yeah, I mean, Legs Lover is on the Soldier one trick account, so I don't know if they're allowed to switch off of the Soldier. I think that would.
I think I saw them. I think I saw them do it yesterday, where they switched off it. But anyways, let's get into it.
All right, coming out here first. The TP coming out first from the side of Selfish. Lex switches over to the Tracer, just trying to get a little bit of that faster spawn. Green Bean 17, aka Distortion, running that Briggs End backline. A very aggressive backline, but when you got a good one like that, you can go for it. Now they're kiting the rush here from Blue Screen. They're just running away, but they still find the Zen. The Doom Wheels are they able to find the kill on it? And they are. The rush, really good job finding the backline and going right after them and winning this fight pretty decisively.
Yeah, that's kind of what you have to do with Rush. You speed boost in and hope for the best, and that's what happened.
Yeah, that was really good. Well done. And first tick going fast. The only thing you can say on the positive on the side of Selfish is they didn't give up a lot of ult charge. They lost the fight very quickly. So at least with control, that ult charge rotation is really, really big. So let's see how they set up this dive. It's really hard because there's not really anybody on the side of blue screen that's very susceptible to the dive. So it's going to have to be very, very organized here.
Yeah, although the go push Bonesaw.
Ooh, D.Va feeds right there, and that might be the opening that Selfish needs.
Yeah, Bonesaw going down low, D.Va tried to peel, and eventually both the D.Va and the Doomfist go down.
Yeah, this fight getting really, really hectic. Robbie rolls away with almost 40 HP. Linemate finds Pengalix, so it's still pretty even, and this whole time blue screen is keeping control of the point. Barely keeping control, but they're doing it.
Yeah, windows out here from Butters.
Yeah, the window here that might be able to keep him holding on to it, and right, like you said, I think that is going to be able to keep him hold.
Yeah. Just able to kite the dive, and although Bonesaw dies again to Legs Lover.
Yeah, and
the rally out here.
The rally, right, might be the difference. Dust trying to kill a rallying Brig, foolish mistake. You can't kill that, it's unkillable. And right there, although they won the fight, it costed a lot more than they probably wanted. I think blue screen stalled for maybe 25-30%.
Yeah, I'd say 67% is about 2-fight territory. Although, look at what Selfish Gaming has in terms of ults. They've got everything except that rally. Blue screen will be coming up on their ults for the most part. Butter's obviously only 34 to the Amp Matrix, but...
Oh, Dust is already in. He got mad at the team. He was like, all right, we're going in. And he charges in, and he is by himself. Okay, the team's starting to catch up to him, but that was I think he was trying to charge the ball. I think Robbie was slamming on the high ground. Dust was trying to get a quick pin off, missed it, and launched it to the back line. But yeah, it was a really good job, although blue screen stalled out for a really long time. Selfish did a good job, as you pointed out, not really using the ultimates. They were able to roll into the next fight with them. Yeah,
and that's why they, even though blue screen used the beat there, they still just got wiped without Selfish having to use their trance or their bomb. So good for Selfish. They're still in a pretty good position here.
Yeah. We'll see. We're here. Blue screen coming in with a good amount of ults. Dust probably just going to be looking for some sort of solo shatter. This comp is very spread out, so it's hard to find anything.
Kresnik.
Legs Lover on the flank, but the D.Va zoning very, very, very well, so not able to really get much. Bonesaw with the slam in onto the Brig, has to ult to be able to get out. The trance forced, so very good job. You'll take that. The window running out, so both ults being traded from both, but Selfish coming in with this rally. That's huge. Late fight, the rally can really start to do it. Dust has no shield. You got to be able to run at it. The bomb to zone.
Huge play.
The stun by Bonesaw was massive.
Yeah, good combo there. Able to take out Green Bean, and they will get the flip. 81%. One fight for blue screen.
Yeah, so it's coming down into the last fight, because if Selfish flips it, there's only 19%, so it'll be a quick stall most likely coming out. The mines coming in and the pulse, and that's about it on the side of Selfish. Now these mines, you're going to maybe try to look for something forcing a lamp or so of some sorts, but you don't expect to get too much. Waiting for the team to be able to come high ground. Robbie looking for some sort of opening, but there's so much on that side of the team that can do. Big slam mines, but they all rotate out very well. Job and Bonesaw cover. That is huge. And the Robbie, although the mines was like right on the team, they were able to speed out good coordination on the side, and Robbie goes down.
Yeah, lamp forced out, so at least there's that for Selfish. But and they killed Bonesaw. But yeah, not looking good for them.
No, it might just be the end. They really didn't have much coming in. The mines need to be ginormous and really good coordination for blue screen. They were stacked on top of each other. They saw the mines come out, and they just one speed boost denied an entire ultimate. And then from there, the little chance that Selfish had of turning that fight was pretty much gone.
Yeah, without it just seemed like when Selfish was diving, they would have trouble getting more than one person in. So it was never like, you had 3 people right on top of the combo, and that would make it difficult. So
yeah, they were kind of staggered going in on those dives, and yeah, blue screen was running as anti wrecking ball as you possibly could with the Doom and the cast and the BAP, just really trying to make sure that there's almost nothing that the dive can get. But here they're rolling out with a 6-man, so this will be a little bit more of an even match, both teams being able to good at certain things. Dust goes in very, very early. But the bubble. He puts the bubble down too early and it falls into the pit. I don't know if that would have made a difference, but yeah, here it
still
is.
2 picks for blue screen.
Yeah, they're both finding picks. Robbie's extremely low. Bonesaw finds the kill. Bonesaw! Oh my goodness, it does it. Just really trying to make us get our heart rate up, wake me up in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pangalex being annoying on the flank, but probably will eventually go down here.
Yes,
yeah, and
go up.
That'll stagger for a little while. Switches coming out from Selfish now onto the Rhine, Bap, and Lucio. So yeah, they are mirroring, well, not mirroring, but they're playing the rush.
Yep. Lex still on the Tracer, switches over to the Hanzo. So they saw the matchup. They didn't like what they saw as far as the 6-man versus that ball comp, and they switch rush. Now Robbie,
yeah, I like the Hanzo here.
Yeah, really allows that high poke on this map. Robbie falling dangerously low, but the immortality field from Green Bean 17 keeping him up. Now the Butters goes down. Yeah, that's huge. Gets the Moria, but the Rhine down too. We'll see which one. Both extremely important to their comp. Limeade invests with the Death Blossom, but only catches one. Dust is back, but it looks like these respawns on the side of Selfish Gaming are going to be able to overtake Bonesaw. Invisible, maybe you're going to try to stall a little bit, get EMP, and then most likely bounce out. It doesn't even get a chance. Gets
blue screen really close to a bunch of ults there. If they'd had, maybe if they'd gotten that primal in time, if they'd gotten the bomb, they could have stalled for longer, but unable to. So 61% is where it's at.
But coming in, they have pretty much every single ult coming up online except for that Death Blossom, so they really can't be too mad on the side of blue screen. Now here comes this engage. They're going to be looking together. This 6-man plays as a big ball, running at things as a group, almost like a pseudo rush team. Now here comes it in, the jump coming in from Dust, the speed boost following in.
There's the EMP.
Is big, it hits 3, but the immortality field comes out, although the immortality does hack. Charge French's Limeade, so if they lose this fight, that is brutal, losing the EMP fight, and they used Cole too. They invested so much into this fight and they lost it.
Yeah, 3 ults used there to just 2 from Selfish, and Selfish is still able to win it out.
I didn't see if the immortality field came out after the EMP or if the immortality field was EMP, but that might have been the difference that made Selfish live through that engage. Either way, that's a terrible fight for blue screen to lose, and they pretty much swap comps going to their version of a rush as well.
Dragon forces both the immortality field but Riptide gets 2.
And the beat is interesting beat from Evan there when you're already down 2. I don't think it was winnable, and it isn't. They catch
Evan
the
dies.
Doom, but I think they're gonna have to get out. They're full stall mode at this point, and Kresnik just a little bit late on the touch there, and it's gonna feed that mech for pretty much no reason. Yeah, interesting choice from the beat there from Evan. Really thought that was winnable and tough, but both teams at 73% now have similar ults coming in from it. On the side, both Rhines coming up on the Shatter that could be huge, and both Baps coming up on the window. Butters already has it. Green Bean 2. Pangalex, huge kill. Oh my goodness, Bonesaw almost dies.
Another one from Pangalex, the 2 headshots.
Yeah, that's really huge. But Bonesaw finds it on the cast. That's a really huge.
And kill on Kresnik.
And blue screen with the opening kill on from Pangalex that would turn the fight, but just really getting crazy in that backline. The Doom be able to find the cast in the background, and I don't even think Selfish is going to be able to touch. Unfortunate, and the first map goes blue screen.
Yeah, good win from them. Blue screen remains undefeated on control maps. They are now 5-0 this tournament. Really
Riptide with big bombs and back to back. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, but it also had a big bomb in the next section. They got 2 in that fight in the middle with where they traded beats. So a great performance from Riptide there. And
that bomb set up by the Doomfist play.
Yes, that punched the brig, so wasn't able to shield anything or get out of the way. Yeah, really well done. Although it was a 2-0, both sections were close, so it wasn't like Selfish got steamrolled, but in control, the margins are razor thin, and they just weren't able to win those big fights.
Yeah, I mean that's what it all comes down to. Sometimes it's just a pick here and there, and then suddenly you've lost the map.
Yeah, and I really thought Selfish was set up well when Blue Screen used Cole EMP Primal to lose a fight. I really thought that set Selfish up for a chance to win that subsection, but the fight right after that, it didn't go well for them, and they gave the advantage that they had, they gave right back.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just the Doomfist creating so much pressure in the backline, and even though they were down 2 players, the Doomfist can still kind of create picks on his own just by the nature of the hero, and that allows him to get back in.
You press right click at a team, you fly into the back and randomly hit a Brig or randomly hit a Cass and able to turn the fight, and it was able to do that. The tempo from Bonesaw as well, although he had 2 really close calls of the Sombra and the Doom where I thought he was going to fall off the map. But
oh yeah, those were funny.
Luckily, both times he came back and helped him win the fight.
So next map, our hybrid map, right? I'm guessing we're gonna be going to King's Row.
Both teams have gone Numbani twice, Kings twice.
Yeah.
So it is even on both. The only thing is, I don't know how comfortable Selfish is on the rush. I think both times they rolled out on ball comps. I think they want to play ball comps more than they want to play rush. So I don't know. I don't think right off the bat that they'll go Kings, because I know Dust and that team feels pretty comfortable on the rush. But that would be my opinion if I'm on a team. They might have something internally that they could differently.
Yeah, I think it might have to do with the subs, right? Because we know Caden's probably going to come in, and Caden being that Junkrat player.
Yes. Yeah, that might be
not the best Junkrat map.
True. So that is true. The subs will definitely take an effect. We'll see when the map comes in on some. We'll be able to see where they go from there, and the subs. Yeah, but we said also both teams like to play their A teams on the first map, and from what I saw from both their rosters, I believe that was their A teams. So we'll see how they manage their rotations and how they're able to move from that, because it really can be a big swing in SR. You could be subbing out a GM player for a 3200 player, and so it's really big to see how these teams change their styles and change how they play, because yeah, like you said, Caden coming in might completely change the style of comps that they want to play in.
Yeah, and I mean, if Blue Screen has a weakness, it would be their B team. They've lost map 2 twice this tournament. Never lost a map 1, never lost a map 3. But
yeah, they lost map 2 both against both of the better teams that they played in the side of Rufflecopter and Fadeless. But yep, they go King's Row, so you were correct in that way. And we'll see what sort of team lineups that they run out here, and hopefully we get a map 3. It would be tough for the side of Selfish if you get 2-0'd and you're out in the first round. Obviously, there's 16 teams to even make it to knockouts. Well,
it's double elimination, so.
Oh yeah, true. Completely blanked on that. Yeah, so they'll get knocked down, so the fight won't be completely over. But if you could take a map off or even a match off the best team in the tournament, that will keep your morale very, very high.
Yeah.
So here are the new lineups, and I'll take a look at them.
Caden is now playing Lucio, and Kresnik is on the main tank.
There it is.
Done it. We have
roll back the clock. It's 2016. It's 2017.
Kresnik is playing Reinhardt. I like this from Selfish. I think this is probably where they go if they want to win. I think this gives them realistically a great chance. For Blue Screen, obviously there's the switch for Dust onto the DPS role, which is interesting. They keep Shervin Butters in, which
so they just
help.
completely swap their tank line. Yeah, they go Watt at Pirate Spies. They go a complete tank line swap. And also on the side of Selfish Gaming, Distortion, aka Green Bean 17, swapping over to the off tank, off of the main support. So Watt coming around here on the corner. It's a good block on the rock there, able to keep themselves alive. Go back in for a little bit of swing, trading resources. Lex finds the kill on Dust with a sonic arrow, so probably not even trying to go for the kill, but you'll take that because it's Hanzo and you just spam in areas. And now they're gonna go for a little bit of the The
Pirate
pullback
Spike gets
and the-
DMAC'd.
Pirate Spike gets DMAC'd, and Bonesaw's on the flank here, but the immortality field is huge, and I don't think it's going to really matter. They can recontest. King's Row is a really good map for being able to get in and get out, so they can go for that. Sure.
They'll have this Ant Matrix in a second, and they'll use it. They're going for it.
Oh my goodness, Kresnik falls extremely low, but a great use of the shift on the side of the Sigma from Green Bean to keep him alive. Gets a bunch of shields and wins them the fight. Kresnik got really low, probably near 100 HP, in the kinetic grasp, just being able to move in front of the immortality field, in front of the Ant Matrix, and able to just keep that tank alive and win the fight. Butters trying to turn it, but last.
Yeah, really great for Selfish, because they only had to use their Shatter, and they got out the Ant Matrix and the Shatter from blue screen, so they might be able to sort of roll this into B. Again, they still have a ton of ults, and nothing on the side of blue screen.
Right, and Dust is already dead, so you're down 1 DPS. The Dragon here coming and splitting, Cast falling dangerously low, but a good immortality field on the side of Selfish Gaming. Bonesaw has no fade, getting chased down a little bit, and this is the danger that can be King's Row, where the snowball can get really going fast, and they're almost halfway through second point, and I think there's been 1.5 fights, basically.
Yeah, and they still have an ultimate advantage, still with the Flux, the Ant Matrix, and the beat to nothing yet for blue screen.
Yeah, this is great tempo, a good window. They're already shoving them into the corner. They're going to get even more. This final fight is going to be meters away from the end of second point. You're thinking that the Flux is going to come out on the side of Green Bean. Now they're trying to run over Kresnik. The Flux catches 3. It's very, very big. The immortality will come out, but they're all low, and it doesn't matter. Kresnik just walks over them. Extremely well played on Selphis.
Yeah, and Caden still hasn't had to use the beat.
Yeah,
so
they used only Flux and only Window in that fight. They're really just disciplined with this ult. And like I said, I didn't think that they would be comfortable on this rush based on the first map that they were playing with that roster, and they really seemed like they thought they were better at those ball comps, but they look naturals. They try to run at Green Bean, but good shield by Kresnik, pushes up, able to catch it. Now Kresnik is in the mud of that positioning and gets it blown up.
Didn't get anything with the Shatter, although they are able to get, Lux is able to get 1.
Yeah, so this recontest can be very quickly done. They're trying to run at the Sig, but the beat and the kinetic grasp shields has plenty of HP, able to just run forward. Legs Lover too, coming along the side, and look at this pace that's being set. See, and Pirates by dies,
amazing
the bomb
time.
gets nothing. This is crazy, the tempo that they're setting. The blue screen can't catch their breath every time they try to, they get a pick, it doesn't even matter.
Bonesaw does have this Death Blossom, gets 2! Bonesaw.
That is huge, and that might be able to be finally their first one fight and able to stop this snowball, break it down, and 4 minutes and 19 seconds is a hold. But
yeah,
it's third point to King Row. You can definitely hold for a long time on this.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's not like they had to use a ton. They used that Death Blossom. But other than that, you know, they have 2 ults for this, to 2 for Selfish, so pretty even.
We'll see how it comes out here. The Flux looking for the side of Green Bean. It's going. The Shatter catches nothing, and the Flex catches 2, 3. 2 die before they can hit the ground, so the Immortality Field does absolutely nothing, and they're able to walk forward. All they used was the Flux in the window, and oh my goodness, Dust, where are you? Where are you? What is this positioning? Dead already. Now they have to go full stall mode. The ball going in for the slam. Already has to use
Windows out.
Yeah, Legs Lover has the high noon here.
Bonesaw gets 1.
The Shatter on Pirate Spy, I don't think it really matters. I think they're able to clean this up pretty easily in a dominant performance from Selfish.
Yeah, Pangalex getting 3 at the end there on the Hanzo, just shooting away.
Yeah, that's just extremely well done. Going for this more poke-heavy rush style with the Sig and then the Cass Hanzo, you wouldn't think that a rush style like that would be more tempo focused. You would think that they would poke down more and then go, but even with that, maybe a slower rush style, they were just running over the side of blue screen. And blue screen, I think, yeah, they only won 1 fight.
Yeah, I think
attack.
I really think maybe you know, it's the Kresnik buff, right?
Yeah.
You know, finally getting him on his signature hero.
Selfish. I have selfish stuck in my head, and I can't say selfless. Okay, I was trying to selfless, known for spawn camping, you know, back in the day. So maybe that's Kresnik still got it in their blood. That sort of ruthless rush style.
Yeah, taking off the training weights really, you know, in their hour of need.
Rock Lee dropping the ankle weights in Naruto, but Kresnik in playing Reinhardt. So side of blue screen, that's when you at least when I'm in that situation, I'm never thinking, all right, 3-8 we got to get better than that. Like that, you're setting yourself up for failure. All you're thinking of is, all right, let's get our momentum back. Let's full cap with time and see if we can make some changes to how we're playing to counteract this poke heavy rush style.
Yeah.
So yeah, they come out with the Doom and the Cass. Wada
super aggro.
Dust finds Lux. Pangalex equalizes, so they're equal with 5-5, both losing 1 DPS. Wadek walking forward, already finds Kresnik, very close to the Shatter already. Great tempo from Wadek there. With 1 speed boost, they were already on the other side of the point, able to take so much space.
And he's already built up 90% of that ult almost in just that one very short fight.
Yeah, you can see the difference between Kresnik and Wadek in the tempo. Kresnik pressing a lot of right click, and Wadek pressing a lot of left click, and my detailed breakdown of how the Rhine mirror works here. Now coming back in, Bonesaw flanking. I don't think they see him yet. Doesn't catch anything. The slam does,
but
though.
The shatter is huge.
Yes, the immortality field does keep him alive for a little bit longer, but Butter's cleaning up those kills, and Blue, like I said, I was thinking in the side of blue screen, you're thinking, oh, we can't get a better time bank, but at this rate, they might just.
Yeah. Using 1 ult there, just the shatter, but
yeah. And now Green Bean switching over to the D.Va off of the Sig. No swaps anywhere else on the DPS side. Now blue screen only really has this window close to the high noon, so that's probably what they're going to take this next corner with. But let's see if Lex can do a little bit more with this dragon to split. They're down this corridor, so you really can do a lot. Now here comes the dragon. It splits the team. The Rhine is cut. The lamp keeping them alive for right now. Dust finds Caden with the high noon though. Oh no, the DM isn't there for the fire strike through the window. Kresnik equalizes with the kill onto the BAP. They're going back and forth. Can they find Dust? He does.
Pirate Spy baby D.Va just sitting there and pistoling away, and that's gonna give the fight over to blue screen.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The trade's coming back and forth, but that fire strike through the window killing the high nooning Cass was big from Wadit there, and unfortunately distortion on the D.Va doesn't eat that, and that turns the fight. All right, they're in the same situation that blue screen was. You're thinking all we got to do is win 1 fight. We can turn this around, win 1 fight, stop the snowball, and really start to think about it.
Kresnik, nothing.
Shatters a wall. Unlucky.
And dies.
And then the shatter on the side of Wada is huge, and Bonesaw already in that ultimate is able to come and slam right back down. The target is laying on the ground, so you don't even need to predict where they're going to roll. And selfish, like I said, the blue screen is rolling in with 5-13 with 1 fight to go, and they have bomb and they have beat here. This really might be a 112 on the side of blue screen.
Yeah, I think maybe on initially on their defense they were kind of shocked by the unexpected maybe changes coming out from Selfish, but now they've
traded and bombs traded with nobody dying initially in either of them. Lex throws the dragon right down the middle. Pirate Spy falling pretty low. They almost C9. They're all pretty scared. A lot of people low, but Dust High Noon is huge, and it doesn't matter. 3:16 with a finish time of 5:16, I believe, or no, 4:16. You only take a minute off.
Yeah, well, because they set, I think the lower time gets set to 2 minutes, and then so it's whatever Selfish had plus a minute and 16.
Yes, that is crazy. You thought that an attack couldn't go much better than it went for Selfish, and it did. Blue screen did it even better. A minute and 16 faster.
Yeah, and that's not even a small difference. That's a pretty big difference.
Yeah. 2 minutes is not a lot. You roll out, you lose first fight, They roll into second fight with ults first. You lose second fight, and then you're full stall mode almost after that. So you really, this first fight has to be huge. The alt neutral, no way. Green bean 17 on the hog. I'll be honest. I've seen green bean 17 on the hog before.
It's an interesting counter maybe to this Doomfist from Bonesaw. Could end up working.
I'm just saying I've seen Distortion on Space's stream. He's a GM player, and I've seen him play hog and get diffed very, very hard on stream. It was ugly to see. So I don't know how inspired I'll be, but like I said, maybe it catches this Doom on the side of Bonesaw out.
Yeah, I mean they're rolling out with it. I was maybe expecting him to switch, but no, playing that hog.
Here it comes. See if he can find the flank on it. Oh, he misses on the BAP, and Evan is already dead. And that's about how I expected that fight to go. But Bonesaw overcommits, and the trades on the attacker side is way bigger. Oh my goodness, they overcommit way too hard. They lose both their DPS. Now if Selfish just relaxes just a little bit, they're able to push in with their full tanks. They're not even going. They're not even waiting. The Ryan's here. They're pushing in.
Bonesaw should get back from spawn in time, but yeah, they're gonna get up.
They're giving up a tick. That is brutal for blue screen. Overcommitting, just getting a little too antsy and trying to push in for these kills, and they give up a tick from it. But Dust finds Lex. Waddick falls extremely low. Kresnik has to live in that immortality field because that window here, but they're gonna back around the corner, wait out the immortality field. Lux is on a huge flank here, sees Bonesaw, but the stun is just too early, trying to predict the punch coming in. A good off angle from the side of Distortion here, but it's not able to find too much, but it does find Pirate Spy. Water comes in, he shatters too. It's both supports, they're both dead. Kresnik, that's huge. Kresnik, that is huge, turns the fight.
Kresnik finally getting that big shatter that we've been looking for on the side of Selfish. Really just, going around Wadit, finding the supports and winning the fight.
Yeah, that off angle there was absolutely massive. Started off with Lux finding the 2 picks on the blue screen DPS. Then they push right in with good tempo, forcing blue screen off the map, and off the point, and able to take that. Very, very well done. Now the window and the beat coming in from Selfish. See how they use this versus the Doom ult and the Shatter on blue screen.
Yeah, they're gonna get the Flux here too.
Yeah, the beat here, is pretty early, but Wadit falls down before he can even use the Shatter. Walks out, and Bonesaw falling extremely low is gonna have to decommit. Dust is just gonna go roll onto point and die. Neither of these teams can defend. Neither of them. Yeah. They're more of an attacking side.
I kind of like that from blue screen to take that fight really quickly so that they get another fight, a full clean fight before this second point. But using the Shatter there and the Doom ult may not have been great, although they did get both support ults out.
Yeah. But here comes the Flux, gonna use it here, hopefully to pull out a lot of resources in that lamp as well. This high ground got a good off angle. Now they're rotating all the way up. Ooh, good rock on Bonesaw, not able to stop that from really doing anything. The Flux, I think it catches a good amount. Dust looking for the stun, doesn't find it. It was very close, but dies, and looks like point taken for Selfish.
Yeah, just the DPS from blue screen there just overextending a little and getting picked off. Outside of the Flux, right? We saw Green Bean kill Dust, just with those hyperspheres, outside of the Flux.
Yeah, that was very well done. That stun, I think, was pretty close from Dust from catching it, but just not quite enough. Now here comes the High Noon. They can maybe push him back. Yeah, here comes. Doesn't find anything, but it pushes them back into the corner. Kresnik's gonna be looking for the Shatter. The bomb on the side of blue screen catches one in immortality field, and this might just be it. The beat to really solidify it. The Mail catches 3, but everyone's dead for Selfish, so I don't think there's enough damage to be able to follow up the Mail.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Well, they get 1, but no, it's not gonna be enough. Yeah, I think blue screen eventually they just got 4 ults and used them all at once. And it turns out when you do that, you can win fights.
Kresnik forgetting that if he shields behind him, he can stop the D.Va Bomb damage. It happens. There was a whole team running at you and a D.Va Bomb behind you, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, and so, Wadit's Shatter.
Yeah, I missed that. I guess that's why he wasn't turning around. He knew that was coming. Yeah, spam this cheese to help Evan win, please. So if you're an Evan enjoyer, spam the cheese. Me myself, I do enjoy Evan, but not really a green bean 17 enjoyer. So you know, I'm stuck between both of those sides. Who do I cheer for? Unlucky. Now let's see, blue screen, 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Can they get to the third point? Definitely enough time, and if they're anywhere near as fast as they were the first attack, they definitely can.
Yeah, they can afford to lose a couple fights. That's the thing about the time bank, right? Obviously, you know, it's probably, even if they push it all the way, it'll probably end up being sort of close just because of the nature of you know, time, but they can at least afford to lose a couple fights on the first point. Although obviously you never want to lose a fight.
Yeah, you want to set the tempo and get that going. Now rolling out the blue screen, going with the cast Doom, and Selfish not with the Hanzo this time, but going Mei cast with the Sig. So they really feeling like they can get value out of these Mei walls. Now here it comes, it splits, but not
forces
enough.
Forces the immortality field. They get one.
Yeah.
Trades back and forth.
Trades tanks, and Legs Lover finds Bonesaw. So I think that's going to be enough for Selfish, and blue screen is going to have to soft reset, get out of here, and go fight for another day. Yeah, the wall didn't find anything initially, but it forced immortality field, and Kresnik was able to find the pick. Kresnik 71% to Watt, it's 11 on Shatter. That's huge. Now they're able to find a good rock on Dust. It's very low, but Green Bean gets caught out. I think Bonesaw might get traded. 45 HP, nobody's looking at him. He gets the punch off.
Pengalix gets one, the Shatter's in. Water dies.
Kresnik is so low. Water saw the blood. He saw blood in his eyes. He thought he could get Kresnik, but just right outside the reach. Sherb down. D-Mech comes also, and now it looks like they're gonna win. I thought when Bonesaw got out with 40 HP that might be turning point for blue screen, but it just quite isn't.
No, they were able to keep Kresnik alive at, you know, similar levels of HP, and sustain for long enough to get the picks.
Yeah,
the
Kresnik
DPS
was so low there, and Wada really could see it trying to get it, but fell right before they could do it. Evan coming up on window here.
Now Kree's hiding in the corner, or Cass is hiding in the corner.
Kresnik gets caught out. Yeah, good catch. The cast finds Dust. Bonesaw able to go in. Green
Another
Bean
one.
Sig very low. Caden catches Sherb. They're trading back and forth, but the trades are going to favor the attacking side. Now, the only thing is they had no ticks on the point, so maybe there's a world and Selfish gets a recontest, but they might just opt for the close hold with everyone on the same spawn instead of going in.
Yeah, that looks like
Butters is scared of the recommit, so just throws out a
He'll get that back
immortality field. just to make sure.
Don't worry. Plus, they don't know. They don't know. Selfish doesn't know. They're not going to push.
True, that is true. They will think that Butters has the immortality field, even though right now they're probably a good 10 seconds off of it. Now here comes the window from Evan. They can hold this really advantageous choke for the defender side. It's really hard to push through, especially with the Mei as well. The Mei wall a little bit early. Doesn't get anything.
Is good.
Ooh, the good eat though. They do catch the cast, but other than that, it could have been way worse. The beat counteracts the flux, and they're able to just keep running over. The Sig catches Dust, but I don't think it really matters, and Lex is gonna die on the point. A great beat from Sherb, denying the big 3-4 man flux from the Sigma, but.
Yeah, really great fight there for blue screen. Just because you know, they got out 3 very key ults and they won the fight. So, yeah. Although it is crunch time now. It's
now
one fight territory.
Once this time bank runs out, it'll switch over to overtime spawns. Ooh, Lux very ahead of this tanks, and it falls before the fight even starts. That's really brutal. And Kresnik is down next, and they're gonna lose this fight. That was a terrible way to start with your cast playing like a main tank and running in front of the rest of the team and just gets caught out.
Yeah, trying to get 2 fights before the finish, but maybe went a little too quick on it.
Yeah,
because they'll definitely have, you know, more than enough time to get set up for this last fight.
Yeah, so here, now that it's overtime, the respawns are extremely slow, so dying now will mean even more than it did beforehand. I'm looking at Pengalix. This Mail is going to be huge. Pirate's Bike has got to know that the Mail is here, and has got to be trying to find the defense matrix E. If he can do that, he will go down to history for blue screen. Even though it's the B team main tank, if he can eat that, they see the hide! They see the.
Okay.
Oh! No.
Didn't see that one coming. Don't think anyone was dead.
I was so focused on the ults. I was looking at the kill feed. I was doing it, and then wow.
Don't think the Mayo forced them off.
Zero days since last C9. I do think that there was a Mayo, and then I don't know if the Diva Bomb was on the side of Pirates. Was Pirate Spies or Distortion? Or no, Distortion was on 6. So yeah, it was Blue Screen's Diva Bomb, and then the Mayo was on the point as Lex, but somebody's got to touch the. It doesn't matter if you get frozen. You got to touch the point. Maybe Pirate Spy on the Diva can give up the DMAC, but I guess the bomb was there, so they were in mini Diva form. I don't know who needed to touch. I didn't get a good look at it, but
yeah,
wow.
Maybe just commit the immortality field.
Something. But that's what happens in overtime. It gets hectic. People start getting split. They don't know whose job is who, and yeah, restart the counter. 0 days since last C9. It's
that was not ideal for Blue Screen, but they still have one map to finish this out, and
oh, wow.
They'll be able to bring their A team back.
I know people say C9 a lot. I think the entire Blue Screen team was alive. I think all 6 players were alive, and not a single one of them. Yeah, that's a huh emoji. That's a picture of the turtle right there. Wow.
It's a backbreaker, but we'll see how strong their mental is. You know, a big part, obviously, of being a good Overwatch team is being able to recover from these sort of mental shattering moments.
Yeah, I might be right-clicking Overwatch and uninstalling the game, but maybe they have a better mental and they're come back. It is, although hilarious and very entertaining. That was going to be such a big fight with huge ultimates, and I was excited to see who was going to pull it out with an overplay, and Blue Screen took that away from us by just not stepping on the point.
Yeah, it's like their brains blue screened. I don't know.
Yeah, their computers did. All their computers blue screened, and that's why they didn't touch it.
Okay.
That's why they didn't touch the point. That's what it was. It makes sense more now. I might have to do some investigating journal work to find out whose fault that was. Let me reach out to my sources.
So in the meantime, what map do you think we're gonna go to? My guess would be, if I'm Blue Screen, I'm probably going back to Gibraltar.
Yeah, they've gone there twice, and they didn't touch. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably going back.
They've gone to Gibraltar twice and won both times.
Yeah. Also, it if a team is comfortable on the rush, taking them to Gibraltar is a good way to sort of get them out of that comfort zone. Gibraltar, not the best rush map.
Although we did see Grim run it against Hamster Zone early on in the tournament, and it was entertaining but not very effective.
Mm-hmm. We'll see if we'll also see. Will Kresnik stay on the main tank? Will they commit to that, or
will they bring Robbie back in? Because I wonder, Tommy Slat hasn't played yet. They must not be here because they would have had to play in the second map.
Yeah,
I'm guessing that's why we saw Distortion move over to the off tank and not Tommy Slat.
Oh, but okay.
So they're keeping Dust on DPS and they're going Watt at Riptide for the tank line.
Riptide, very good player. I like this. Interesting from Selfish, they're taking Kresnik out altogether and going with the Robbie Distortion line. And yeah, going to Gibraltar. So I like this from Selfish. Maybe trying to adapt to the map.
Yeah, I know Robbie is really comfortable on the ball and on the Winston. So I'm guessing that's why they subbed him back in over Kresnik. Kresnik being more of the Rhine player. And
keeping Caden in on the Mercy. Interesting.
That the backline did a very good job. Although Blue Screen, other than that first attack, that the Doom didn't get as much done on the backline as maybe you would expect. So they felt like the synergy was there, and they didn't want to put Distortion back on it. They thought he did a little bit more on the off tank. So we'll see how he goes. Lex hovering the Widow back to the Tracer. What do you think? Okay, Bonesaw on the one trick, going the Bastion. You may have seen him in your GM games on the flank, locking the Bastion. Now we get to see it in Sub Tourney 5. We'll see how it works out. Oh my goodness, almost lasers from very far away from Lux here. They're setting up the poke.
The legs is really good here, I think, from legs lover 16. You know.
So they're trying to, Bonesaw's sitting really far back there, trying to bait the oh, dead. They were trying to bait the Winston into the dive and then blowing him up, and already is dead. Robbie getting a lot of good cleave, falling very, very low, but drops just in time. And
Bonesaw
well
immediately swaps.
Yeah. So Bonesaw was trying to be patient for the Winston to dive. The Winston wasn't diving, got impatient, poked, and then got just eviscerated immediately.
As it turns out, when you are a stationary target, you are pretty easy for a Soldier 76 to kill.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to hit someone when they just don't move, you know? And that's our side. And first point is they barely did one fight. And
they get this stagger kill onto Sherb. That's actually huge.
Yeah, we were talking about mental rolling into this third game, and a C9 and then losing the first point in one fight. It's really, really tough for that. Now Lux gets slept, but really good peel from Selfish to keep him alive, and Bonesaw
they kill Bonesaw. Yeah,
this is really, really tough. The staggers is going very brutal. Blue Screen hasn't even used an ultimate yet. They got in the nano, they got the pulse bomb, but they haven't even been able to really set up anything. Now we'll see Selfish if they can go early with this Winston nano engage, if they can set the tempo, but no, it looks like Blue Screen goes first. Evan's gonna fall. Green Bean goes out, loses
with 99 to bomb, so can't use that to remech.
Yeah, it's both teams are waiting for the engage, but it's still even. Wada falls extremely low and dies. Look at this movement by Lux. Lux gets away, he doesn't die. Oh, and the res onto Evan is huge. They pulled it out. Lux was 9 HP and just hit the absolute schmoves. Gets the defense matrix from Green Bean and makes it out alive.
Yeah, and again, more stagger kills onto Sherb, and we'll see if they can catch out the Winston as well. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I think Wadek gets away here just fine. So they'll be able to have two good fights here on third. Ultimates are fairly even, I guess.
Yeah.
Sherb coming up on this rally will be big.
This rally can be really, really big. Now they dive the soldier out of the place, and he falls down, but Lex trades with Bonesaw, so they're both down to DPS. Caden falls on the Mercy, and the Ana
that
down too. So
yeah,
it looks like Blue Screen will finally win a fight. Stop the snowball.
Yeah, Caden not being able to get that res off and then dying is more pixels come in from Blue Screen. You know, allows them to stop this cart eventually.
Yeah, but Lex is getting a little bit of the push on the Tracer. Now the Nano Monkey engage from Wadek comes in, but gets slept, so not a whole lot of value. Riptide eats the pulse from Pangalex, and Dust diffs Pangalex on the side, so gets the pulse bomb eaten and gets diffed by Dust. That's not a good fight from Pangalex, and gets rezzed outside of spawn on Tracer. Well, yep. All right. Interesting.
Tempo res.
Caden falling very, very low. The dive from Blue Screen looks really, really nice. They know the weakness in this comp is the Mercy. Has very little peel for it, and they're just inting onto it and winning those over and over again. Wadek trying to primal the Ana, but it gets nades herself and then eventually finds the kill.
Roby does kill both DPS, but shouldn't be able to get anything more off of it just because the health is there.
Yeah, they have no Ana alives. Diva Bomb gets forced, but they're able to, with that, they're able to not have to fully reset. So now Robbie has this primal still up.
Bonesaw kills Pangalex, and they kill Legs. Just a great dive from Blue Screen, using the rally, walking forward.
Yeah, I think
Caden all wins there, right? Caden uses Valk, Sherb uses Rally, and
Rally is just infinitely more valuable than the Valk.
So they're
going.
They're going hard anti-dive with the, or not an anti-dive,
Yeah.
they're going rush with
They're
Robbie on
gonna
the
rush
Rhine.
with the anti-dive with Torb cast. You know, both those characters have abilities to stop the dive, but even
Doesn't
with
matter if it's a nanoed Winston sometimes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you stun a Nano Winston as a cast, you're still gonna die. Yeah, can we get exclamation point Donk's wife on a can we get that to pop up so we can get the location, you know? Get that command. Can we get that command, Solomon, please? Yeah, I'm sure he's listening. I'm sure that's very high on their to-do list is get a command that pops up when you use Donk's wife, not running 3 streams at the exact same time. All right, the nano from Robbie walking forward, but again,
Gets separated from the Lucio, so can't chase anything down.
yeah, already dead, and Bonesaw moving in. Both of these teams seem to be very streaky. They love their runs, and then they love to get held for a very long time after that. So
Well, that's Overwatch sometimes,
yeah,
right?
you get
Especially,
that
you know,
going.
Yeah, especially on like third points like this where the spawns are so close, and so you can't like half win a fight and then win off the spawns. But
Yeah, and Selfish switching over to 6-man. So they tried a little bit of the rush, didn't like that, swapping over to 6-man. Dust swaps over to the Cass, and coming in here, only the Diva Bomb. The Diva Bomb and Riptide gets thrown out. It doesn't look like it's going to catch anything, but it catches Robbie. The bubble was there keeping him safe, but it was destroyed, so it didn't last in the end, and falls. Now,
Yeah.
they rolled in with, what was it, like 5.5 minutes, and we're already down to 1.5 minutes.
yeah, just slowly, you know, fight by fight, blue screen keep finding ways to win. You know, in that case, it's just by using ultimates first.
Yeah, their engages are really well done. They're going in quickly, and they already have another nano. It just feels like they have nano every single fight. Ooh. Oh,
Yeah, and I mean,
pausing to drop a question mark in chat.
yeah, I mean, part of it is also the comp swaps, right? Because, you know, Selfish keeps, you know, having to change heroes, and look, you know, they have one ult above 50% now. You know, they're getting theirs halfway. Whereas blue screen has, you know, they have the rally, they have the nano.
Yep, and here comes the nano in onto the Lucio, already dead. Another quick, decisive fight win from blue screen. It seems like we're stuck in Groundhog's Day. It's been the same fight 4 or 5 times in a row.
Yeah, and now we're one fight territory, and again, it's still, maybe they'll get this. They have to get this EMP. Good job building it by Lux.
Yeah. So they'll have the EMP, they'll be close to Cole, so that's going to be what they're going to be looking for is an EMP Cole, but the thing is Sherb has rally, so I don't think the EMP really matters. If Sherb pops it in time, it's just going to really counter most of it.
Yeah, and they go early, but they do get EMP'd.
Yeah, the EMP, but it's both the tanks, like I said, the rally is there, so neither of them are going to die. Dust on the high ground with the high noon, and they hold. Inspirational hold, Stalingrad-esque hold, like really just.
Yeah, five minutes, and not even just, you know, 5 minutes on one point, 5 minutes on one like fight, basically.
Corner, yeah, one corner of third point. Once Selfish got to third point, they did not win a fight. It was dominant.
Yeah. And blue screen just, you know, cycling ults, figuring out, okay, you know, when do we go, when do we dive, who do we dive, and just every single time, you know, picking correctly.
Yeah. Just, the fights, the dives were so clinical. Every single time they went in, they immediately got a kill and were out. These weren't like long, drawn-out fights with picks going back and forth from both sides. They were definitive wins on blue screen every single time. So that really got their confidence up after the C9 and then the huge snowball through the first 2 points.
Yeah, I think Bonesaw, you know, not playing Bastion, not playing Genji, you know, playing real heroes definitely helped.
Playing a little bit of mystery heroes at the beginning, but once they found out what they wanted to stay on, they were very good with it. A lot of cheese coming in the chat to help out Evan, and they're gonna need it because that third point hold, they can't be feeling too good after that. But Gibraltar is a map that if played correctly, is very common to first point hold. So they might even be not even worrying about third point. Who cares that you didn't cap third point? Let's just hold on first.
Yeah, yesterday I saw it with Stroll and Monke flip.
Yeah, I casted that with Hot Dog. Yeah, they held that, and that was a crazy game. But back to this one, Bonesaw here on the Doom as well, which seemed to be a lot more effective. Wada falling pretty low. He can't see the Ana, and they go down. That's really, really tough. It's LOS on Gibraltar is very easy to break.
Yeah, Dust. I don't know. Dust on this Torbjorn is interesting, considering that Selfish run pretty much a soldier one trick. But
yeah, I think it's more to deal with the Tracer from Pengalex to try to make his life. The res is crazy. Dust tries to deny it, but isn't able to do it quite there. Great peel from Distortion there on the D.Va to keep that res from being denied, because man, that was really, really close. I don't know how to do that.
Caden just went for it, you know, not even a moment's hesitation.
Sometimes the plat reses go crazy, and right there, it just did, and that kept them in the fight. Zoning visor. It just pops visor, and they just simply do not look at him, and it can't do
maybe giving time for Pengalex to get back from spawn, but
Evan got sacrificed right there. Nobody even tried to peel. The Doom came in, and no Mercy Pocket, no Winston, no D.Va, nothing, just sacrificed.
Yeah. Although the cart's pretty far back, so I think Selfish get another fight here. Maybe maybe an oversight from Blue Screen to not, you know, have anyone on that cart.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to maybe walk with a Valkyrie, and then they have Primal if they need to desperately touch something. Oh, Bengo!
But they can res that. They can res that.
And then Evan peeks it too. Oh my goodness, the recontest was on there and just very, very incorrectly
Oh my goodness, Butters.
Pengalex went for the ego peek onto Bonesaw, hoping for a headshot for the recontest, and just gets slammed against the wall. Then the Doom goes in on the Ana. The Ana sleeps the Doom, but it doesn't matter. The Ana's dead already at that point. And the recontest that you mentioned that was very much on did not go well.
Yeah, Dust using that Molten Core to sort of shut down one entrance, kind of force them to all funnel into the one small door, really helped keep them from getting a proper contest.
But yeah, Lux finding the kill on Sherb, and then on Dust, that's really, really big. They're just pocketing the legs. They know their win con, and they're like, yeah, we don't care if Evan just gets disintegrated on the dive every once in a while. We think that Lux can pop off with this Mercy Pocket.
He can.
He's doing it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so you have your trade-offs with the Mercy, but Lux showing the positives, and we're getting to see a fight.
And dies to Dust.
He AFKs on high ground, but there's Mercy. There's a Mercy res.
There's a res.
But he AFKs, just stops moving, not realizing that there's a Widow from Dust, and Dust staying on this Widow, which is the downfall of whenever you get a pick on Widow, you feel hot, and you're like, oh yeah, I can stay, and now he's just gonna get zoned.
I mean, it's pretty good against you'd think against these DPS, but not really able to find an angle here.
Yeah, it's not that the character isn't good. It's just that it's a main tank. It's a Reinhardt player on Widow. You know, that's what I'm thinking of, and I'm allowed to say that. You know.
Yeah, you are a Reinhardt player.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want to see me on Widow, and you don't want to see Dust on Widow. But hey, you got a kill on someone standing completely still. So what am I to say? There's the swap to cast.
it was a good kill for the ego. I'll say. You know, check Legs Lover's ego a little.
Yeah, didn't drop a question mark though. All right, Legs Lover, just they can't touch him with this Mercy Pocket on high ground. He's just disintegrating people. Now Bonesaw on the low ground. Evan, I don't think Evan sees him yet. No, nobody does.
Cannot kill. Yes, he does get the kill on the Legs Lover. Pops the ult to prevent the res.
And then he's gonna drop it. Gets Evan too. Oh no. Evan thinking that he would probably using that ult to get out of the fight, but instead he uses it even more aggressively to go up on the Ana. And this fight is looking dire for Selfish. And although they catch the kill on Bonesaw, and Green Bean almost gets the kill onto Wadit, loses mech, and I think they're gonna have to reset. A little bit of a wasted primal from Robbie there. But
yeah, although he will get out, and they might. No, I don't think they have another fight here. Yeah.
No, that Robbie. I mean, Distortion going down, and then Lex getting split by that dive really stopped them. So it's really tough because Selfish had good moments in both of those points, but how they played the end of first and the end of second really is hurting them.
Yeah, now Caden switching over to the Brig. They realize Bonesaw's Doom is causing some problems, so they're abandoning the Mercy Pocket, going for something to try to stop that. You know, Hanzo Legs is decent for stopping Doom, but
the real question is, do we get another C9? Maybe a little prediction, a little pred. Will there be another C9? The Diva Bomb is in. The stick from Dust is huge. It catches Evan. This is looking tragic. This might be the end of the fight. Unless this Diva Bomb from Green Bean 17 catches 16, he's not killing anyone and doesn't get the remake, and Blue Screen wins the match. Oh, that you gotta feel from Selfish, because both.
Yeah, they definitely. I think.
Winnable.
You know, I think taking a map off of Blue Screen is definitely something Selfish can point to sort of, you know, give them confidence going forward into the lower bracket, right? You know, their run isn't over. They still have a shot, and you know, it's not like anyone else has beaten Blue Screen, so definitely some you know, if you're Selfish Gaming, you know, you pat yourself on the back, you say, okay, you know, we took one. You know, it might have taken the C9 to end all C9s, but, you know, we took a map off of the 1 seed. You know, we can make a lower bracket run. And Blue Screen, you know, you just have to think, okay, we're still the best team in the tournament. You know, we only lose on King's Row. That's our problem map.
Yeah, amazing first match here for our playoffs. Blue Screen, they stay winning. They move on to the semifinals to face Rafflecopter in the next round. Selfish Gaming, they looked really good, I have to say. Like, they looked a lot better than those first 2 days. Seems like they found some new strength, maybe some VOD reviewing, maybe some strat talk, and they have another lifeline as they head into the lower bracket, and I believe they're gonna face Triumphant, who lost their first match to Rafflecopter. Sub Raisin, who would you say on the side of Blue Screen was like your standout player here? Feels like there were a lot of players on like both sides that were really shining today, especially the DPS players. Or what do you think?
Yeah, I think you know, obviously the Doomfist coming out here, Bonesaw always, you know, Bonesaw can, you know, had a moment of or a couple moments of you know, perhaps not ideal play, you know, on the Bastion and the Genji, but then you know, when Bonesaw was, you know, on the Doomfist, when he was, you know, really locked in, he was just killing everything. To me, that was the biggest thing. And also Wadit's Winston, especially on like Wadit's Winston on Gibraltar was insane.
Well, was a bit unusual to see the swaps between the tanks, seeing Dust go to the Cassidy, but it worked out for them. He was popping off for sure. So yeah, good showing from Selfish, good showing from Blue Screen. I think both teams can be quite happy with the performances here. Of course, one team will be a little bit more happy because they got their first win here in the playoffs. But yeah, we'll head to a quick break here because our next round is almost ready to go. The other matches have already been played, so if we can take a look at the bracket here, we can see how it's going to go from here on out. I believe our next match that we're going to have on our B stream here is going to be an elimination match between Monke Flop and Stroll, two teams I believe we have not seen on the stream before, so I'm very excited to see them in action. And yeah, you can see our first semifinals will be Blue Screen versus Rafflecopter. That should be amazing. I mean, those teams already fought against each other yesterday. That was a close remap series, so I'm excited for that rematch. We also have PingMania going up against, what was the other team? I forgot. Let me see, I have the bracket here. It's Fadeless.
Fadeless, yeah.
Yeah, which we will see also later on. That's gonna be our third match here on the stream. And yeah, in the lower bracket we have Selfish Triumphant and Monke Flop Stroll, which will be our next match here. So
yeah, I know.
I want to say,
I was just saying, Monke Flop and Stroll played each other yesterday, and that was a fantastic.
Yeah, that's true. That was the map that ended in a first hold on Gibraltar. Yeah, that was infuriating to watch. I have to say, because I think Stroll had like 4 minutes. Yeah, for like 4 minutes to get a first cap, and they just couldn't. But maybe they have learned their lessons, and I hope it will be another banger match between these two. I want to say thank you very much to Seedup and Raisin for casting this match. We will go to a quick break, and we'll be back with our first elimination match of Sub 25. You don't want to miss this one. We will be right back. And we are back. I am now joined by Toasty and Ippy. The EU squad has arrived. All these Americans still trying to wake up, getting their coffee. Meanwhile, it's perfect prime time for us. How you two feeling?
Not too bad, honestly. Just got off casting an A-stream game, and it was actually one of these teams, so very excited to get into this and see where they go.
Yeah, it's a very first elimination match between Monke Flop and Stroll. Some viewers might have a deja vu right now because we literally just saw these two teams fight it out yesterday as our last match. That one was a very, very close free map series. That it looked like Stroll had it, and then in the end they kind of choked a bit and were not able to first cap on Gibraltar. They kind of lost to a Torbjorn turret there at the end, but let's hope they maybe learn some lessons and regroup themselves and see if they can get their revenge here tonight against Monke Flop. Yeah, Toasty, you just said you two just casted a Stroll match on the A stream. What were your impressions of that team?
I mean, EP was color casting, so you're the five head out of the two of us. I'll let you take that one, EP.
Oh, if I'm the five head, then we're doomed. But one thing I was a player I was constantly gassing up, and I think turned a lot of fights was Killswitch on the off tank. Great Sigma player, building up the flux super fast, turning losable fights and recontesting point very well. I definitely think he, along with Beebleman, the tanks are really where I think Stroll play well. They play a rush style. They kind of enjoy the style, and I think it works well for them. Kate as well, I think, is another player to mention. She's got a very interesting and non-conventional hero pool, shall we say, with a lot of Torbjorn play, a lot of jungle play, and I think there's potential there where you can sort of run compositions that no other team really can, and I think part of their win condition against Monke Flop here is to use those kind of weird plays and see what you can get going. But I think it's going to be a tall order.
Yeah, and on Monke Flop, we have a lot of players with some accolades to their names. Is there anyone you guys would like to point out here? And we also have, maybe our viewers might not know it, but Wisex, one of the DPS players, formerly known as Dragon Watch, was a Season 3 B-League MVP. You think he's going to be an important role in this team?
I mean, yeah, Dragon Watch, a great pinnacle player for Heartbreakers in their season in BBL Season 3. Doc as well, an excellent B-League player with Atomic won the league, actually. And so it's great to see some of these players sort of level up a bit and come into the Sub Tourney. And I think they've got, good support around those players with Jordan and Zizzy and Oni and things like this, where I think, putting them into positions to win and frag, I think Wisex is excellent at sort of doing that kind of thing, getting that support and, not, I was going to say clicking heads, it's more like shooting arrows into heads, not really clicky sound, it's more of a swishy sound. But yeah, I really want to see him in the lobby. Getting very impatient. Let me see Wisex kill things.
Yeah, that's what I want to see the most out of anything here is Wisex just popping off. Getting I guess a position on the main stage here in the Sub Tourney, getting to top 8. Like we say, it's no tall order, so definitely this team deserves to be up here. And against Stroll, I think they have great chances. I think what this really will come down to, and I mentioned this in the previous game, Ippy, is the DPS matchup. And I love DPS matchups, right? Because you've got people like Laura, Ascend, and Kate against the likes of Wisex, Vincent, and Doc. Doc, obviously, like you say, played on Atomic, very good player. Same with Wisex, getting MVP. So just a lot of great talent in DPS lines here. And like you say, there's also consistency in other roles. We've seen Killswitch pop off, we've seen Jordan pop off. So definitely a lot of cool matchups to be had here.
Yeah, Jordan definitely put a lot of trust in these B-League prospect DPS players that he picked up, and it's paid off definitely during the Swiss group stage. I mean, they went 3-1, one of the top teams in terms of stats. This is, however, an elimination match. That means the loser is out. Do you think this will play a role in the players' minds? Do you think we maybe see some more sloppy play due to nerves, or what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think you will. And I think the part of the winning team is remaining cool in these moments. obviously, you know, it is a tournament. This is the last match. That's going to be on everyone's mind, and you've got to kind of play as if it's 0-0 almost. And I think we'll see the winning team remains calm and executes their plays like as they practiced all throughout the game, whereas the losing team might fall apart at the end. You know, they might act slower, more indecisive. So it's really up to these teams to sort of like show up now and be ready to go, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if anyone's going to show up and turn up, it's probably the Stroll players here. I know last time they took a very close loss against Monkey Flop, but going into this, I really have my bets on them. They played, at least, they took it to their previous opponents. They did play a bit slower. They, struggled to keep up with the tempo a little bit of the 6-man that was being played. But generally, I mean, listen, they got B-Ball Man. B-Ball Man is benched 4 or 5. You know,
I love B-Ball Man's cam.
Yeah,
It's just like he's just in a gym.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mentioned he's got his priorities set. Like, you know, you've got your gym. You just, you know, come off lifting weights. You're just off the, you know, off the mats. Wipe them down. You're straight onto your gaming chair. You know, that's where off screen there will be his bed somewhere, and this is his like domain forever. And this is where he is.
Nah, my man sleeps on the bench. You get me?
Dog Overwatch real face game. I love it. Well, let's go get some Preds going. Ippy, who do you think is going to take this match?
I think it's going to be a repeat of the previous matchup between these teams. I think it's going to be Monkey Flop taking it. I think Doc and Wisex, these two players are big names, sort of like, you know, really pop-off players. And if Monkey Flop are properly playing around that, then they'll be in exactly the right positions to win, and we'll be seeing some highlights here, I think.
Yeah. What about you, Toasty?
Well, I mean, we're kind of already seeing us potentially running it back, just like the previous matchup. Last time, they had Oasis, and Monkey Flop won Oasis. We're actually going to Oasis here. So we could see an exact repeat of last game. You know, they might pick the same maps, might be Oasis, King's Row, and then I can't remember what the last map was. But we might see a repeat of last time. So I think I have my bets on Monkey Flop here, honestly.
So 2 Monkey Flop Preds. You know what? When those two were facing off yesterday, I was cheering on Stroll. They let me down at the end, but you know what? I hope they learned their lessons from the close defeat. So I'm gonna say Stroll again. I think they can take this one home and keep their dreams alive for Sub 25. But yeah, the teams are almost ready to go. We're almost ready to head into the lobby. So you know what? Let's get this thing rolling. It's our first elimination match of Sub 25. Monkey Flop versus Stroll. Loser goes home, and I'm gonna throw it over to our casters, Ippy and Toasty.
All right, thank you, Jimmy. And yeah, I'm very excited to see what this matchup turns out to be. Going into Oasis as our first map here, Ippy, because, like I say, you're the 5-head one. What do you think is like the optimal thing to play here?
I think Oasis is a bit of a weird map. Out of all the control maps, I'm thinking sort of the City Center as well is a kind of. Honestly, I hate that map. It's got the pillar in the middle. It's great for dive comps if you like. Ball comps are very popular there. Yeah. But you know, it's the long contests. I mean, you get extremely long contests on Oasis City Center, and I think part of the victory in the map is cleaning up the fights quickly. It's so important on that map more than any other because you can easily stall an extra 30 to 40% and get your team into a one fight victory position. But I think we'll see a lot more of the rush on things like University, maybe even some Symmetra play and Sombra play, both popular on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Oasis is like the pool. It's pretty varied. Honestly, like I think University is the most, I guess, set in stone you're gonna see out of the 3 maps, right? City Center, you can play some weird dive stuff and a wide variety of stuff there, but like University's probably gonna be Brawl, right? I mean, Stroll as well. Their rush, their Brawl. It's nothing to scoff at, honestly. It's great so far, at least from what we've seen. They really took it to their previous opponents. So.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of Gardeners as well. If we get to that point, I wonder if we will see the Wisex Farah. Wisex an excellent projectile player. So potentially that's in his kit. And that's the sort of member on your team that can really throw a spanner in the works. There aren't many Farah players around. It's not necessarily a skill set that is very common. So, you know, Monkey Flop have that in the bag potentially to, you know, win out that map and really, really like give them the upper hand in this match.
Yeah, and not even just the Pharah. I think Wisex on anything here is probably gonna get a lot of work done. I think I mentioned this earlier, but I played on Nightmare in BPL Season 3. I think one of the first games of the season we had was against Wisex, and Wisex was playing the Genji that game. I think on Hollywood, and we just got kind of decimated by it. So I think Wisex just has excellent knowledge on how to play the game, and I think is gonna be the hardest player to really counter on, like, for Stroll here. Unless, of course, the support line and tank line, we're maybe underrating those a little bit, but the two big names here are Wisex and Doc, and I think putting a lot of emphasis on those is pretty fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Stroll need to shore up their rotations a bit, I think. Make sure that, like, Doc and Wisex can't really get these angles, or, you know, the teammates that might be picked off, you know, the vulnerable supports in the back line, you know, they're safe, you know, escorted to the right position, and, you know, hopefully put Beebleman in a position to win. You know, Beebleman, he's a very sort of, I don't want to say arrogant player, but, you know, he likes getting in there and likes getting his hands dirty, I suppose. Yeah. As it looks like we're finally heading to our first map, which will be Oasis.
Yep, exactly. So I'm very curious to what we'll see here. We've already discussed it at length of what we're going to see here. I think one thing that Stroll need to do in this match that they didn't in the previous one is probably, honestly, play fast. Just don't be afraid to go in and hard int. Because last time around, they played and they got kind of smacked around, rolled into mush, turned into Play-Doh for toddlers, and really just didn't react fast enough, or, you know, force the enemy to react at all, right? They were the ones just kind of playing slow and using Mortality first, using cooldowns first. They need to play fast, and they need to, if they're going to use the cooldowns first, they need to at least get use out of them. They need to play aggressive and take it to Monkey Flop, because that's how they're going to reverse this thing around and make sure they get this revenge victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Ultimate usage as well, important. You know, not only, you know, taking the initiative in fights, but making sure the fights are won efficiently and not just essentially throwing every ultimate at the fight. And yeah, sure, you might win that fight. You know, almost certainly you will. But you know, then you have no tools for the next engagement, and it's important to sort of keep your head on in that sort of situation. You know, it is your elimination game. There is the potential for you to go out here 7th and 8th in the tournament, but you know, head in the game, thinking straight, I think is, you know, what's going to get Stroll the victory they're looking for.
Absolutely. And I think a part of that also comes not just from, like, as a team having a good mental and being your head in the game, but also the players that are supposed to be eliciting that in the team, right? Every team has some IGL or some player that is like the pep talker and also takes over the role of kind of shot calling. So not sure who that is for Stroll. Maybe it's B-Ball. Maybe it's you know, maybe it's Hyper Knight. You know, maybe it's I don't know. Kate, maybe even
Kate,
like
maybe it's Kill
that's
Switch, maybe it's Corey.
Exactly. Like we don't know who it is, right? But like the point is that they need to actually try and lead their team, because it seems like oftentimes Stroll are just very confused. Is the best word for it. And
speaking of confused, Nightmare BPL on Stroll. I'm assuming that's Ascend. I don't really know who else it will be.
Yeah, that would probably be Ascend.
Nightmare player. But Monkey Flop teasing an interesting composition here out of the gate with this Symmetra Bastion. I don't know if we'll see this. I'm kind of hoping we don't see this. Thank you, Wisex. We're swatching over to the Hanzo, a much better pick, and really his signature hero, I think, at this point. If anyone's seen BPL Season 3, they'll know very well the Tales of Dragon Watch and his Hanzo plan on Heartbreak. As looks like Monkey Flop going for the rotation, you know, hiding from this Pharah that Kate's running, and we'll have to see how it'll play around, as it looks like Beebleman should be going to engage.
It seems like Monkey Flop right now are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. You either engage out into the Pharah, or you just get poked out by a Tracer and a Zen and a Sig, right? It's really difficult for them to play into this, and Kate already gets a kill onto Wisex. Very important start, because now you're going to lose a lot of that damage. You're going to lose the potential of Jordan as well to keep Kate in check, and now they're just going to go mad over in the enemy backline as well, putting in that damage. So much of it coming through, almost has a barrage already. This will just be a Stroll first cap, it looks like.
Yeah, and it looks like Kate picking up the fire play, but Jordan with 3.
Excuse me? Gets the remake kill as well. It's a 4K from Jordan. Are you kidding me? How do they pull this off? That's a 4K to turn this first fight around, and now Jordan gets a 5th as well. Give Jordan the 6K. Come on. Oh, but they can't. They're already too far away. But wow, what a play to kick off the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan typing in chat, presumably, or clipping the play. 4K in the fight to open up Monke Flop. Now with point advantage, and Oni building up the window as well. And using it early. What's the threat here? What was they identified? I can't really see any player from Stroll.
Maybe it's just a celebratory window for Jordan's 5K, who knows, but either way, they're definitely riding the high of that one as Kate comes around the side, picks up the Mercy, and is going to look for a barrage here. Onto the Orisa, roll through comes through, actually maybe inhibits the barrage a little bit, B-Ballman, the anti-synergy, but Doc is on the high ground here, putting in the damage, just raining bullets down. You can't deal with Doc either, because there's no one to contest them. The Pharah is not able to do that, and Doc with a 4K. Monke Flop's players are riding it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. 4K here, 4K there, and it's an excellent lamp from Oni there, actually, that saves Sadist on the Orisa. The Kate not able to see the lamp from the point of view, as I believe Ascend just falls into traffic to reset early. But Beebleman with the mines, Civil Tools with the trans, ready for anything that might go wrong here. But Wisex looking to engage with his pulse bomb. What is he looking for here?
Gonna look for the break. Would be very important to get, but they can't quite land the pulse bomb. And elsewhere on the map, there's gonna be that kill onto the Orisa again. So important now, because that will remove the shield from the fight. It's gonna be the Gravitic Flux from Kill Switch. Can they get anything done with it? It's gonna be Doc popping the visor, forces the Transcendence. Silver keeps their team alive with that, but now they're going to have less sustain to keep this alive as that bomb comes through into the back. This is going to be massive. It catches out the Tracer of all players. Okay. Pop off, I guess, as that's going to be the pile drive as well here. From B-Ballman sets up potentially Kate for a couple of kills, but no, they end up going down themselves. And Monke Flop hold on, and they get that cap through. What on earth? They did not deserve to win like half of those fights.
Oh, I think they did. Like, excellent play all around, and I think you see as well the power of the sort of Orisa-based comps on that map. Sure, Stroll are on the point, you know, with the ball and Sig, you know, poking in, but Sardis on that Orisa with the shield and, you know, the chunky health bar, you're able to control a lot more space and really, you know, be hard to bully off that point. Stroll now, though, looking to perhaps like go for a more slow play themselves. Orisa on the Beebleman, Beebleman on the Orisa, and Kill Switch, I think, on the Sigma. Excellent hero for him so far. We'll have to see, you know, if he can do the same thing he did against. The team in the previous match.
It was something about a hairline, I think. Fadeless, that was the one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that's the team, yeah. So we'll see what they can get done here. This Sigma can put in a lot of spam, but guess who can't put in a lot of spam? Kate, because they're literally dead. And now Monke Flop going to be able to take towards the point, see if this Pharah can start to pressure out that high ground, because that's the most important part of this, right? Pressuring out that high ground, making sure Stroll don't really have an opportunity to utilize it. And, well, there's a boop coming through onto the Orisa, almost onto the Hanzo as well. Ascend gets themselves back onto the map, but now it's just a lot of damage coming into the side room. Monke Flop lose their Diva mech, but Zizzy somehow catches out Ascend, and I think they're just going to get this point cap, force Stroll backwards until they can get that Hanzo back in check.
Yeah, a couple of good picks early for Stroll there, but Monke Flop taking position, and I don't think it's going to be a comfortable one, as it looks like Stroll already back on the engage. Beebleman is in position.
Yeah, Beebleman coming on to the point now, seeing if they can set up with the rest of their squad, as Kate is isolated on the side. Perhaps they're going to get taken down. Looks like they had the health pack to keep them alive, and now the power drive comes through from Sadist, setting up Wisex to get in here and deal holies direct. Silver ends up going down, and now they're just looking for a lot more spam into the core, because that Baptista's gone. You lose a lot of that healing. You'll use a lot of their mortality field as well. Gonna be nothing to Stroll to utilize to keep themselves alive against Wisex, just putting in the damage. And it's about what we expect at this point from this player.
Yeah, absolutely. Sadist pushing Stroll into an uncomfortable position there, actually having to rotate through the point to the back room, and, you know, Wisex gets in the back, and it's essentially like a bull in a china shop in the back line, destroying them. Stroll, luckily for them, they do manage to capture the point. They do find some time alone on the point. So they haven't quite given as much percentage over to Monkey Flop as they might like. But it's like Kate being chased down here and killed.
Yeah, unfortunate, because Stroll would have loved to try and set them up on an off angle and deal with Wisex's Pharah, but now they have complete free reign to just go for this barrage. They get the nano boost onto them, gonna put in the shots, and now they let loose the barrage, catches the Brig. Actually will get taken down though by Ascend, and there was that prior kill onto Jordan and Sadis, so potentially Stroll win this team fight out, especially with this Visor coming through from a Kate. That's gonna force everyone away from the point and give Stroll their opportunity to flip this over.
Yeah, looks like it's just going to be clean up here. Doc finally finished off. Jordan escaping for his life, but Cage is chasing on the legs. And, you know, it's an expensive fight for Monkey Flop. You know, investing ultimates essentially into a lost fight there. And you see Wisix now flipping over to the hand zone, knows that retaking as far on this map extremely difficult. But, you know, it's a complete swap for Monkey Flop. Only now having to build up this Transcendent Zizzy, building up the rally for the first time. It's going to have to be slow play for them first. They don't have much time.
Yeah, could be the mines up onto the high ground there from Sadis to just control some of that space, but Stroll don't really care. They just break the mines with the shields, and now it's going to be Sadis coming around the backside. If they get this boot, it's going to be huge. The bomb comes through, and this should catch a few of them out, but Immortality Field is there. Switch! What is that? Catches 5 with the bomb. Are you kidding me? And that wins the team fight for them, because you know what? 5 players down. I don't think Zizzy is 1v6ing here.
Absolutely. It looked like such a good setup for Monkey Flop. A great boot, great power drive. But sometimes, you know, it's the anti-setup. It's the setup counselor. A great play from Killswitch. You know, making a name for himself on this off-tank role. I think doing excellent things for Stroll. As
Absolutely.
Monkey Flop, not in a good position. Last fight, no ultimates to use. Really, it's gonna have to be a neutral fight. Maybe Kate can build this visor quickly.
Oh, what a stun though onto that pile drive. The Stroll players are just feeling themselves right now. There's gonna be Kate coming through with attack of visors, taking down their opposing number of Doc. There will be that boop off onto Killswitch though, and actually the Genji here from Wisix taking down Ascend. They will end up falling for it, but it looks like Monkey Flop are winning this team fight out Saddest with the great play to clean up as well.
Yeah, a great disruption from Sadis as well. Really splitting up Stroll. And despite the visor looking promising, no, surely not. Surely not. It's last fight. They need to touch the point.
Yeah, well, they do manage to do that. I'm pretty sure that was the D.Va or the Lucio that got onto that point, and well, both of them pretty much go down here. Mr. Mitch was very low in HP. They do get healed back up, but there's the mines onto one side of the point. This funnels them all into this main choke where Monkey Flop can just deal all that damage. Doc going massive with attack visor right now. There's a 3k for them to finish off the map. And Monkey Flop are going to take the first map, perhaps mirroring that previous match we were talking about.
Yeah, definitely coming in clutch at the end there for Monkey Flop. You know, no ultimates going into that fight. Some great just fundamental neutral play essentially to win that fight out. Maybe catching Stroll a little bit off guard, maybe not going to plan. The visor not in the best position, even though it does get a kill. It's not quite the kill ultimate, and it looks like, yeah, actually a pull that gets the massive 5k from Killswitch. You know, still excellent that they managed to pull it off. Obviously, we like seeing big kills, a lot of people kill at the same time. That's exciting. That's what we like to see in Overwatch. So,
I mean, listen, you're saying that sarcastically, but genuinely, like, these teams have had the most, like, I think out of all the teams I've seen so far in the Sub Tourney, they've had the most individualistic moments here in the first map. And this is just the first map, Hippie. You know, we've had, what, multiple 4Ks, we've had that 5K, we had Jordan as Baby D.Va getting a 5K. Like, I don't know what more you could want out of a first map of a series, and, you know, we're only a third of the way through, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if this was scripted in some way, that would be a match that starts off the day and like, what? Yeah. A billion 4Ks. And
what do you mean
like
this is scripted? What?
So, oh yeah, hang on. Our next map, it looks like we have this map and this team. Okay. Absolutely. I'm interested to see what map Stroll will pick. They've actually, so I kind of set them up wrong. I've kind of done them dirty by like setting them up as a rush team. They've actually kind of played a lot of different compositions.
Yeah.
You know, we saw a little bit of sort of a Marissa-based comp. We saw Killswitch on the D.Va doing work on the D.Va, obviously with the 4K. I maybe wonder if this team is like still maybe finding its footing.
Yeah.
A little late maybe, or but experimenting to find the answer against Monkey Flop. You know, maybe it's the right compositions that work against Monkey Flop that don't work against other teams. I think that's fine. Well, we're coming up to match point here. You know, Monkey Flop 1 up. It's this potentially last map in Sub Tourney 5. You wanna experiment around and like try find an answer maybe you haven't found yet. I think there's still some hope for Stroll. Monkey Flop are kind of terrifying. I think you saw the sort of individualistic plays. But
I mean, we were talking up Doc and Wisex, but Jordan, I mean, has been playing absolutely excellent on the Diva, keeping Kate in check a lot of the time, both on that Soldier and on that Pharah. I think Jordan's a player we've really got to attribute a lot of the success to here, not just because of that 5k at the start, I assure you, but because they've just been generally playing amazingly relative to the opposing DPS line as well. I thought Kate would get a lot of value on the Pharah on the Soldier, but Jordan was great at shutting that down, and Doc and Wisex, they put in great numbers. Doc arguably more, honestly. They were constantly getting these 3 to 4Ks on the Soldier and utilizing high grounds perfectly as well on City Center. I can't really fault Monkey Flop's play too much, other than the fact maybe they're kind of overcommitting in some of these fights. Maybe they're being a bit too overconfident, but I think into Stroll, who are a very passively playing team so far, I think that's justified.
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe you want them to hold on to a couple more ultimates for that next fight.
Yeah.
But I think Monkey Flop have the talent to be able to make that work. I don't think it's done too badly for them. It does look like we have our next map at least locked in. Our map pick from Stroll. And hybrid map. You like playing Reinhardt? We've got the map for you. It's King's Row. Everyone's favorite map that you see.
What a surprise, honestly. Like, who could have predicted that we would get King's Row in Sub 25, honestly? Unbelievable.
It's a classic map, and everyone knows how to play King's Row. You've all played it a million times in every kind of game you want. Quick play, comp, organized in previous tournaments. You just get it. You know immediately, okay, I'm going to pick the funny rectangle man hero, and then I'm going to pick the funny. Well, you always pick the funny Korean off-tank player. Play. Well, I guess she is a player, isn't she? She is a StarCraft player, yeah.
Yeah, she literally is in
lore-wise.
one of the biggest tournaments for it. She was literally drafted to the Mecha squad because she was good at gaming. Like, I don't know what more to tell you there, but
An inspiration for gamers everywhere. You might be drafted into the army if you're so good at video games.
No, I think that'd be every gamer's worst nightmare there, Eddie, honestly. But if you're British like me, that's not a reality, so thank the Lord. Anyway, King's Row is actually the British map as well, so there's going to be no drafting here. It's all voluntary service from these squads of Monkey Flop and Stroll. And honestly, if we don't see this Ryan Mirror, I am going to flip some tables, because the only teams that don't play Ryan Mirrors on King's Row are APAC teams mirroring ball compositions against each other.
Absolutely, but mirror match either way, right? Like it's still you still know what to do when you see this map. You lock the heroes you always lock. Maybe Korea just has different heroes they always lock. That's fine. We like regional variants. Well, regional variants. We haven't liked regional variants recently, but anyway, moving on from reality that has been reality for the last few years, we go into a happy world, King's Row.
Is this really a happy world? I mean, the Omnics there are kind of suffering.
I'm thinking about it. Like, you're looking at the Elizabeth Tower there next to the House of Commons, right? That's what you're in London. But of course, that's on a river. It's on the Thames in London. Yeah. So where is the river in this version? Maybe it dried up. Maybe the future you dry up the Thames and you just build.
Have you seen so? The lore of this map is to literally push a cart to the end of the power station to release a surge that kills Omnics, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like that's so like I don't know if this is a happy map to you. I don't know if you're anti-Omnic here, Ippy, but the streets phase of this map literally has graffiti all over it saying "Kill the Omnics" in bold lettering. So I'm not sure this is too happy of a map, honestly. This is like a dystopia rather than a utopia.
It's just what England is, really. Like
what? Just blatant racism.
It's just completely accurate. I don't see any inaccuracies in this map. Other than, of course, the House of Commons not being on a river. That's completely, you know, how ashamed we should be to have that kind of representation on the map. The rest is fine, though. Absolutely. So we roll out a Doc on the Widowmaker. Excellent hit scan player. Trying to go for a shot here. No. Go back and switch. Go back and switch.
No, play the Widowmaker. Go on, Doc. Aw, come on. Don't go to the Mei. Okay, good. It's the Hanzo. I like this. Wow, so we've got a Rein Sig versus a Rein Diva as the only like non-mirror we're gonna have here, and it's not Mei Casimir. It's a Hanzo Casimir.
Hanzo Casimir is an interesting one. Yeah, but Mr. Mitch randomly shooting some orbs in and getting the first kill here.
Yep,
Vincent goes down. Monkey Flop gonna back up a little bit. The good thing about having the Sigma here is you've got that extra shielding, deals with Doc's Hanzo a bit easier, and allows Kate to put in that damage, break the shield, and, well, you see it there, and Sadist goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate late pick from Stroll there, but it's going to delay them just a little bit and maybe burn a minute off the clock. But Oni and Silvertools already up to these windows. I've called it the double glazing, as I love to see it get both and get put down. Will they be put down here? Stroll activate first.
Both can be put down, and a lot of damage coming through as Sadist absolutely tears through the opposition, and with that Fire Strike, catches out Mitch and Laura, taking them out and capping at that first point up for their team.
Absolutely, a double kill on the squishies there with a double damage Fire Strike. Excellent play, and that just blasts open the point here. And 5 minutes on the bank. Monkey Flop already pushing up to take this crucial space in King's Row. I always talk about the arch in this map. It's such a brutal choke point. You don't want to be held behind it. And Sadist is going to be able to use this shatter, hopefully, to secure their push past this point.
Yep, absolutely. And Hyperknight doesn't have it online yet. They could get it pretty shortly, but it's going to be a tall order for him. Doc going to send in the Dragon Strike. Very nice. Cuts through Stroll and forces out that Immortality Field. And now it's going to be that Earth Shatter from Sadist. It doesn't actually catch too much, no follow-up either onto the aggression. Laura just takes out Vincent, and Sadist can be forced ever backwards as Stroll holding pretty strongly on this choke, like we were saying.
Absolutely, but it's a tenuous piece as the bomb comes in from Jordan. Can it get anyone? Lauren, though, taking out Sadist as the Hyperknight goes into the shatter, gets two, and it looks like Monkey Flop just being pushed back for a while. It's pandemonium here. I mean, you got fights going on all over the place.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird re-engage there from Monkey Flop as well. I'm not entirely sure why they decided to go for that bomb from Jordan being one down, but hey, it didn't work out for them. Now you're going to see the Zarya come through from Jordan. What do you think of this?
I don't like it very much. I don't like the Rein Zarya. I think it's a kind of retro combo, but not in a kind of like cool retro, kind of a not good retro. But we'll have to see how Kill Switch play around this as the Honeymoon comes in from Laura.
Yep. He's around the corner, gets that shield break through, and Stroll can probably take advantage of that. They take down Vincent with that arrow from Kate. Brilliant stuff, and now it's going to be a lot more difficult for Monkey Flop to get into position to get anything done, but now they're going to use this B to just push past the Amp Matrix. Flux Slow is going to be massive, catches out the Reinhardt, and Sadist almost goes down, but there's Oni with that Immortality Field to keep him up, but Hyper Knight giving them a taste of their own medicine, eviscerating them with that Fire Strike.
I love that. It's like kind of slapping down ultimates on the table as I suppose a dragon comes through from Kate just at the end of the, I'm assuming from spawn just to kind of help that fight. But you know, you lay the ultimates from each team on top of each other. You know, beat counter the flux and just able to counter every single one of those Monkey Flop came up with. As Hyperknight close looking for the shatter and lands it. For my God, Laurel cleans up the kills and. Yeah, it's too easy for Hyperknight, isn't it?
Yeah, Sadist, that's why you don't play that close to enemy Reinhardt. They just go straight through him. Sadist drops a shield for a second. I think might have been to charge, actually. And ends up just getting taken down by that shatter. Pretty quick team fight there for Stroll. And the bad thing there for them is that was their only ultimate. They can probably build up Silver's Amp Matrix here, but they're going to have to play very aggressive to account for the lack of ultimates. Jordan has his grab coming up soon. That'll be massive.
Yeah, as it looks like Sadist lays down the the shatter. Doc actually cleaned that up. The lamp just to protect them as they finish off this fight. I believe we swapped roles. I believe we swapped roles, but I'm like the play-by-play. I can talk fast sometimes.
All right, well, we roll with it then. We're gonna have.
Oh my God! You're not making me do this.
Well, I mean, listen,
I'm going to talk about Jordan's grab.
Okay, go for it.
Jordan's grab because it's been a couple of fights. I mean, grab's always a slow build, and Jordan's built it up a decent pace, and it looks like Monkey Flop engaging with the window probably too early here, but Vincent gets a kill.
Is it really too early? They get value out of it. That's a lot of kills coming through. I mean, Vincent and Doc just making great use of it, and well, a lot of damage coming through that matrix, and they didn't even need to use that grab you were just talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Saving it for a rainy day. Saving it for Overwatch 2, perhaps. As
what is in that cam?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's gone. Maybe someone else's cam. As Jordan with the low energy Zarya, but holding close to the grab. They're gonna have to come to the window there.
Yep, absolutely. Laura zooming them into the side room. Catches out a Doc as well. The grab comes through though, and actually 2 grabs come through as that's a gravitic flux, sending them all into the air, slamming them down. And that is Stroll getting the better gravitic flux there. Honestly, Jordan, that was pretty anticlimactic. You save it for that long, and that was what happens.
Yeah, it's like a movie you're really looking forward to, and then you watch it, and
Morbius.
Sure, we'll go with that. I don't really watch movies. As Jordan switches over to the old classic, the Diva, I don't know what's a good movie that everyone likes. Star Wars. Star Wars. Everyone likes Star Wars, right?
Star Wars is mid, honestly.
I like that shadow though.
Yeah, that shadow's good. You know, Laura gets to clean up onto it, and Kate with the Dragon Strike again. Probably a bit overkill, but hey, you know, mental game, I guess. Monkey Flop again sent back to spawn, minute 30, probably 2 team fights, and they're probably gonna have to invest all their ultimates into this one.
Absolutely. It's a tough corner to break, but I think they've got the tools to do it. The Dragon from Doc, we've seen he builds them up so fast. Like, you throw it into this fight and see what you get. As Fadeless pushing forward very quickly.
Oh, well, there's the Earth Shatter. Completely takes Hyper Knight off guard as Vincent gets a follow-up, and Doc is there with the arrows and the Dragon Strike as well. Just throw every cooldown at him, why don't you? And that's Monkey Flop now keeping this payload rolling, a minute left, and it'll probably come down to actually a spawn camp here. Look at them going that far up.
Yeah, Oni's going to be ready for this window, trying to keep them in the spawn as best they can, as they push out, though, with a window of their own.
Yep, absolutely. Mirrored Window's coming through, and it's a high noon here, but it's going to get taken down. What a shot from Oni, cancelling the high noon of Laura. It's going to be the gravitic flux, but it's a little bit too late here for kill switch. Is it? They catch 2 kills off here, and if anyone can return from spawn, that'll be big, but their entire team fell before they could make anything come of it. Kill switch, I mean, we've been bigging them up this entire time, and they turned up, but a little bit too late there, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's a great cleanup from Monkey Flop there. You know, there's absolutely a different world in which that kill switch takes a little bit too long to kill, and you get the staggers coming in from Stroll, and then they whittle down the time bank to overtime, you know, at the very best. And then, you know, we're not looking at this sort of time bank situation that Monkey Flop have given themselves now. You know, that you got that in the back pocket, you're going to have X around, and you're not going to be looking down the face of a draw. But Stroll, their attack now, their final attack, perhaps, of Sub Tourney 5. If they don't win this, they're gone. And I don't think you'll see the Bastion or the Widowmaker, or you might see the Widowmaker. You know, you saw Doc open up with it early in the day. You think, well, Doc didn't get anything. Doc, right?
See,
you know, click to tank. Sure, build up 20% to a visor. No, I'm gonna get the kill on Symmetra.
You see, you say we won't see the Bastion, but have you seen what picks are on the board right now? Sigma, the
I've seen this play
Symmetra,
before.
the Bastion. Bit of deja vu here.
I've seen this play before, and it looks like actually Jordan on the defense, not on the Diva. It's going to be difficult if they go for this. It's going to be difficult to actually contest the high ground, but never mind. Kate swapping over to the Hanzo, and it looks like we're rolling out with this sort of Hanzo Cassidy again.
Boring. Give us Bastion next time, please. Thank you very much. But Stroll already taking the rotation around the statue, seeing if they can get anything, and Kate already fells Vincent with that arrow, sending it through their skull. And I mean, Sadis tried to play aggressive to overcompensate, but I mean, it's overcompensating for a reason. This will be the cap coming through for Stroll very quick, way quicker than Monkey Flop had it.
Ooh, but only
Unless...
finishing off there. Getting a kill, I don't think that's going to be enough. Unfortunately, Monkey Flop not running the Lucio here, running an Ana instead. So not really with the same mobility that Stroll running out with. It's actually going to be difficult to like sort of take advantage of like picks like that, and if you can't move your team fast enough to re-engage. But you know, Doc laying down the bullets close to this Dragon Strike, but actually close on both teams. But again, Silvertool's actually winning on the window. Probably going to invest it into this fight, and there it is.
Very nice window, actually. Allows him to round this corner with no fear, essentially. As Laura there is going to get taken down by the spam from Vincent, and that's why this choke is going to be so hard to push through, because of that Junkrat spam. You'll see them poke around a little bit. They just want this Flux, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zizzy building up to the Nano Boost. Not the best Nano Boost target on this team. You imagine you save it to save an opponent that's low, as you might be in the Flux here.
Oh, the Dragon Strike comes through, though, denies some of the follow-up onto that Flux, forces the Immortality Field, and now Stroll are in an awful position. They get slammed on as Kill Switch sent to the grave. However, that's going to be Kate coming through with a Dragon Strike, and now a Gravitic Flux to try and deny the shenanigans from Stroll. And that's exactly what's going to happen, Jordan. I think that was a pretty justified investment there.
Yeah, absolutely. Kate looks to try and turn it with the Dragon Strike. You know, I'm sure she can build up to another quite soon. I definitely think like both these Hanzo players, like Doc, we consider an excellent player, but oh no, okay, no, I thought Vincent was going to go for a flank, but it's going to be a tire. Oh,
yep, lovely tire coming through, and was that a disco lamp? Okay, I did not know there was a disco lamp in this game.
Oh yeah, no, disco vamp, yeah, disco lamp, of course. There was a big complaint about that it didn't have a disco lamp,
really?
So they added it in. Yeah, they added it in after this game was released. Look at the ultimates. Kate Ori with a kill.
Yeah, ultimates, what are those? I mean, you've just got Vincent and Doc here, really. I mean, that's all you really need, right?
Yeah,
literal
absolutely.
Instant team fight win off of that window. Great stuff.
Yep. The double glazing coming down. I'm gonna force the double glazing thing. The double glazing coming down, and
please stop recycling your content, Ippy.
Yeah, double glazing. I really like double glazing. It keeps you warm in the winter. No, it doesn't. It sort of keeps you warm. It sort of keeps your house energy efficient, maybe. So your energy efficient house rating is it C, is it B? As Kate coming in with the beat and the Dragon Strike.
Yep. It's going to be a Nano Boost here onto the Reinhardt as well. Sadis seeing if they can get some damage in, but now they're being forced ever backwards. There's a lot of damage here from Laura and Kill Switch, and I didn't even realize Laura went over to this Junkrat. A very nice swap, actually, to try and break open this defense, and hey, works out. They get a team kill. They get this cart rolling again, and they're going to have very key ultimates. Well, one ultimate for the next fight, but it's very key.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Zizzy, no response possible for Kill Switch's Flux. And I just want to say in that fight as well, a great split on Monkey Flop there, actually. Like, isolating Sadis with the Nano Boost in the front line, but it's not going to do much. You've only got the hammer to swing. Flux coming in early here, but countered by the Flux Dragon. What's going to happen?
Yep, both Sigmas using those Fluxes, but nothing really gained. Sure, you get this kill onto Silvertails, but a lot of damage coming through from the off angle there. Laura getting that kill onto Vincent. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Monkey Flop seem to be pretty content on the point right now. Stroll have just backed up and waited for their player to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going back to a neutral fight. Jostling for position here. As it looks like a sort of multi-pronged approach from Stroll here. Doc over in the corner. Deals with Kate.
Me likey. That was a really good shot there from Doc. And now Jordan's going to come around the off angle, deal with the Sigma, who's been such a thorn in that backside for however long. A lot of damage coming through from that as a Dragon Strike is going to be invested. Where? Is that from Spawn, maybe?
Spawn,
I think there's another Spawn Dragon here from Kate, yeah. Sends it out. That's going to catch a couple. Excuse me, what are they? The Spawn Dragon Strike actually works out for them. I guess even Kate's surprised in chat as well. What?
Oh my goodness. Just from a mile. Like, you see them so often in your games. Your Hanzo player dies and just dragons from Spawn just to try and help. But occasionally it works, you know? Maybe that's why they do it. Just for that 1 in 100 chance that it works. As Kate picking up 3 there and, you know, handily winning that fight. But Monkey Flop, not to be outdone, trying to engage fast here with the tire as it's broken.
Yeah, too telegraphed there, I think. I mean, it's a direct line of sight of all 6 players. It's going to be the Earth Shatter coming through. Sadist Bit of a misplay there as they hit it into the shield, but it's a Dragon Strike here from Doc doing a Kate impression. There's a 4K for them there. Absolutely shutting down that offense now.
Yeah, and the team bell gong rings. There's a Monkey Flop, handy 4K from Doc there. Sealing the deal and securing a lot of space. Just as well, because Stroll have a lot of time in the bank. You know, they've got time to play a little slow and build ultimates, but Monkey Flop don't want to play slow.
Yep. It's going to be very fast gameplay coming through here from Monkey Flop as they just push right up to nearby the spawn. Saddest will go down, so they are going to have to back up a little bit, and Laura is here to assassinate them with the tire coming out from the top. But they're debating it around, and the Immortality Field was there. They keep themselves alive just temporarily, but Hyper Knight lands the Shatter onto Jordan, and this will get the payload rolling once again.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zardes falling a bit early in that fight, and that kind of like weakens the position of Monkey Flop. They have to back, but Stroll recognized that. They push at just the right time, you know, applying that pressure point really. And, you know, they're in a good position here. You know, Flux and the beat if anything goes wrong. And here they go.
Yep. Nice old Flux onto the tank line, but it's going to be countered by Zizzy's beat. And Stroll are going to back up a little bit, actually. I think just giving some space over and seeing if they can re-engage with this beat or this window.
Yeah, absolutely. You trade beat for window, a classic trade. But Vincent, with the tire, can you get anything?
Well, they're going to try. I mean, they get a lot of damage through, but doesn't break the Immortality Field, so that disco keeps on going. Everyone on Stroll dancing happily right now as that Dragon Strike from Kate comes through. Doc just crossing streams one of their own there. And that's Kate getting the kill onto Vincent to kick things off, potentially winning this team fight off the back of that now. Stomach did use that beat to keep him sustained, but actually, Stroll, they're the ones being forced backwards right now, it looks like. Look at Monkey Flop dealing all this damage. They will have to use that Immortality Field to keep themselves alive, but they're content holding on this corner. And Kate is going to try and take this off angle, see if they can get a sneaky pick off. Doc is such low HP, and Saddest is on 1 HP. Can't keep themselves alive to get that Shatter online, but a great boop comes there from Zizzy onto Kill Switch. Is it enough? It doesn't look like, as Laura's coming alive and is on the kill feed with a 3K. Gets this tire through as well. That'll be all you need to clean this team fight up, and they're going to get that cap through, but it's all about the stall now for Monkey Flop.
Yeah, perhaps, as it looks like Saddest comes back with the Shatter. It's desperation here for Monkey Flop, as it doesn't look like they might actually have the win they're looking for. So back and forth, Kate with another kill onto Saddest. But, oh my god,
Jordan, the bomb.
Pandemonium.
Oh, that was so close there from Jordan. The ball barely dodged it, but Jordan gets the he gets a remake kill onto Mr. Mitch. Are you kidding me? The Dragon Strike's going to come through here from Kate. That'll zone everyone off the point. But how long for as Silvertails ends up going down? Monkey Flopper turning this one around as we speak. It's going to be the Dragon Strike. It's going to be the Pulse Bomb. And that's all you really need to deal the damage to the ball to kill them off. Kill Switch sent back to that spawn room. And that's right there is going to be a Monkey Flop taking the series 2-0 and denying a potential of a revenge victory.
Oh, so close at the end there. You sort of feel it. But unfortunately, just like they won the fight, but not cleanly. Like some losses on the side of Stroll. And that means that Monkey Flop can come in for the recontest and, you know, handily win that with the advantage. You know, the fast heroes coming back and taking down the remaining low health members of Stroll. And it's kind of heartbreaking to lose in that fashion. Where it's you imagine it's so close, like razor's edge. But unfortunately, Monkey Flop with a cleaner play throughout, and despite some hero plays from Kate, you know, the spawn dragon getting 4, you know, it's unfortunately just a little too little.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And we are going to get, in a little bit, we're going to get an interview from Stroll just to see their thoughts and about how far they got in the tournament, if they're happy with their performance or not. And we'll also be welcoming Jimmy B back to the casting desk. What do you think of that game, Jimmy?
Oh, that was, I mean, the score may show a bit different, but I think it was pretty close, especially on King's Row there. Monkey Flop did a really, really good job holding on by the skin of their teeth there at the end and holding the line, and they will stay alive in our loser bracket. And for Stroll, sadly, that's the end of the road. But you know what? I think they can be pretty happy with themselves. I know Luca, their captain, he put a lot of trust in some of these more unknown players that other captains might have overlooked, and you know what, it got them to top 8. I think that's very respectable, something to be commended. And but sadly, that's it for them for tonight. They're gonna be our first exit from the playoffs in Sub 25. What do you guys think of their performances overall in this tournament? I think they were a pretty fun team to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've always got to commend the sort of top 8. You know, you absolutely have to work here. It's not like other tournaments where you sign up, you make the teams, and then you go, and the tournament bracket happens, and you sort of fall out immediately. You have those games in your back pocket that you win. You've proven we can beat the other the other teams. We can get the wins on the board that we need to be in the top 8. And even though you do bow out early, the earliest you can in this tournament bracket, I still think it's not like we've only seen losses from this team and we'll never see how good they were. They had the plays, they had great players that have done them an excellent work for them, really.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely. And go on, Jimmy.
I was gonna say let's actually go talk to them. We have Luca there, captain, joining us here. Luca, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
You know what? I'm not surprised to hear that, because I was gonna say, I remember you saying on Twitter, you said that you were like really happy, not just with getting to captain another sub tourney, but also making playoffs. I think you said that yesterday. So I was gonna ask you. Also, Ascend is joining us here now. Hello, Ascend. Are you happy with how your roster performed, or were you maybe hoping that this wouldn't end so early tonight?
I was very happy with how it went today. I think it was a winnable game, but I'm not upset that it didn't pull through. I think, it's like you said, I met my goal, and I think that's something to be really happy for, because I think everyone I think we got a lot better throughout the tournament, and I think as it went on, everyone had their moments. Everyone played really well. I don't really have any regrets with how I picked people up or who I picked up. Yeah.
Awesome. I love to hear that. Ascend, what about you? How was your experience on Stroll? I know you're coming. I think your last BPL event was on Nightmare Season 3 B League. I think you and both Toasty can speak to how that was. But how was it? How was it going from that to a top 8 team in Sub 25? I think you've impressed a lot of viewers with your DPS plays.
It was a lot of fun. I'm really happy that I was drafted to that team. A lot of just really awesome people, all very chill and very helpful, and it was just a fun time. And I'm really proud of them and happy for happy where we placed, basically.
I'm proud of you, Ascend.
Thanks, Toasty.
We also have some other people joining us now. I believe I see Gabe, I see Laura.
Oh, that's a lot of people. Oh my.
Yeah, the whole squad pulled up now. You guys want to, or if you...
No, I was just going to say, it's one of these whole team interviews. Everyone likes them. Just the smorgasbord of players, all in the voice chat. Sure, let's have a proper interview. Let's have a proper interview with everyone talking at once over each other.
Yes.
Yeah, but how was your guys' experience on Stroll?
Good. It was really fun. I think Luca put a really interesting team together. Same with Luca and Kate together. And everyone really just vibed, and I feel like we had a great time, honestly. Even if we didn't make it too far into playoffs, I think we went further than a lot of people thought we would. Because we were a lower SR average team. But I don't know. I think we played together well, and I had a great time.
Well, yeah, I mean, you went really far in the tournament, to be fair. I was really impressed with your gameplay, especially how so the game you played earlier on EA stream, I was impressed with how you adapted in this one compared to that one. You played a lot better here, in my opinion anyway, so you had some great improvement and you drafted an amazing team. I want to ask Laura a question about your DPS play, because it felt like you were playing extremely well throughout that game. And obviously going with that map 1 loss, I mean, how was well, I guess it's a question to everyone. How was your mental doing after that? Because obviously you've played against Monke a lot before and it didn't go too great that time. So was that kind of residing in your minds, or?
For me, it was just one of those things of we lost the first map. I need to come in. I need to put my team in the best spot to succeed here. Do whatever I can to make sure we win the next 2. And unlucky, it didn't go so well the last 2 times. But I put everything out there, and I felt like we did have a chance those times.
Right, well, any last words you want to give our viewers here before we wrap this up and say goodbye to the Team Stroll?
For me, I just want to say thank you to everyone who voted for us and watched us. I had a really fun tournament, and it's nice to have like tangible results, like to be proud of. And I want to say thank you to everyone on the team, because like there were low parts, but then we always kind of kept it together. And then I'm really happy the fact that a lot of teams weren't able to make it into playoffs. A lot of teams weren't able to like put up good performances, and we were able to do that. And everyone played well, whether it was like Gabe or Killswitch. Everyone did. Everyone at least carried their weight. And
I agree.
Love to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can ask for anything else. You know, I think like all the players, yeah, like you said, pulled their weight. I think they all had pop-off moments throughout. You know, and they were great fun to watch throughout the tournament.
Well,
Yeah.
with that, sadly, Luca, you are the imposter. You've been voted off, so we're gonna say goodbye to Stroll here. You eliminated from Sub 25, but definitely a fun team to watch. So I want to say thank you very much for joining us and talking to us here.
all right, goodbye. Thank
GGs.
you.
Adios.
Hi, GG's
Thank you.
everyone.
GG's.
Awesome. And well, with that out of the way, we have 2 more matches up left. We're not going to take too much of a break, I think, because we're a little bit behind schedule. So for now, I just want to say thank you very much, Toasty and Ippy, for casting this one. Up next, we're going to have PingMania Fadeless, our first semi-final of the upper bracket. Should be very, very exciting. 2 very, very strong teams who seem unstoppable. So one of them is going to take an L here. But yeah, we'll be right back after a very short break.
We keep on walking through fire, but we always get what's required. So many things we desire, but I only bring you a lighter, so we
And we are back. Told y'all it was a short break. I'm joined now by MFG and Rose. And up next we have our first semi-final between PingMania and Fadeless. Two teams that have shattered expectations so far, if I may say so. It seems like almost no one can stop them. So by all accounts, this should be a barn burner of an Overwatch match. Rose, what do you think of the performances we've seen from these two this weekend?
I think something that's been a really pleasant surprise for both of these teams is how well their DPS line has been keeping up with some of the really superstar caliber Sub Tourney rosters we've seen in this tournament thus far. Both of these rosters have actually only dropped to teams that were in the top 5 of the Swiss standings. PingMania dropped, I believe it was to Rafflecopter and Triumphant, the number 3 seed, the number 4 seed, number 5 seed respectively. And Fadeless, obviously, in their final match of Swiss, only dropping in a close 2-1 to Blue Screen.
Yeah, which are definitely respectable losses, because most of these teams you just mentioned are also like still in our top 8 and are also in the other semi-finals. So definitely no loss to like hide behind. Speaking of the rosters, MFG, is there anyone you would like to put a spotlight on as someone who could tip the scales for their team in this match?
So looking at these two rosters, of course, there's a lot of names that we all know and love within both the Avast and BPL communities. PingMania, I know Mahir and Mara, they're excellent DPS players. Illuminous always cracked on the support. On the side of Fadeless, you can never count out Joshin and any of the stuff that he can pull out too. I remember seeing Gavin and Phosphorus also being a really good tank duo. So I feel like both of these teams have the tools they need to turn the tides of the match for their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see these two, because we've had these two teams a bunch of times already on our B stream here, and it's always been a pleasure to watch them. They look very, very coordinated. I mean, I've seen some of the Fadeless games, like their comms. Some of their players were streaming it, and like their comm structure looks really nice. Same with PingMania. They just seem like very, very very good teams when it comes to like in-game leading, shot calling. So should by all accounts be a very strategic, very good looking match as a viewer. But you know what, let's get some preds going. MFG, who do you think is going to take this one home and move on to the upper finals?
I think this is definitely going to be a close match, but if I really had to choose one, just basically going off of sheer score so far, I'm gonna have to go for Fadeless.
What about you, Rose?
Well, I think one of PingMania's biggest issues coming into this matchup is their inability to really play from behind when really pressured by some of that top-tier talent. They have sort of struggled a little bit, and so I'm inclined to agree with MFG here. I think Fadeless just have that ability to pull out the clutches when it matters, get those big hero plays on the board when they really, really need it. And their tank line has gone from strength to strength, where PingMania, Navino, and Juice have struggled a little bit.
I love Pika using the beat rock bears over there for at least, I'm sure one of his favorite teams that he's ever been on. But yeah, you know what, well, I didn't even say anything yet, but you know what, I'm going to agree. I think Fadeless is going to take this one home, but PingMania, I don't think they will go down without a fight. This should, by all accounts, like I said multiple times already, be a very, very close match. But you know what, let's get things rolling. The teams are almost ready, so let's head into our first semi-final. PingMania versus Fadeless. I'm going to hand it over to our casters, MFG and Rose, and our first map's going to be Ilios.
I'm excited that Ilios is going to be our first map, because I feel like as of late, when we've gone into control maps for not just ST5 but other Overwatch events, you don't see Ilios as much anymore. So I'm really excited that these teams are going to be able to show off their stuff with this one starting out. I feel like the map structure gives a lot of room for creative abilities and not just sticking to the meta all the time.
Yeah, Fadeless do have a winning record on this map, so PingMania, with their second ban, have to opt into this map choice for them, and Fadeless were able to run a variety of comps in the one game that they did play against, I believe it was against Triumphant, who are also still very much alive in this bracket. What I really want to see is how PingMania can use what seems to be a 6-man setup to really just try to outpace Fadeless. The DPS for Fadeless were doing so much work in their game yesterday against Blue Screen, despite the loss, to be proactive in setting up fights and marking their opponents, that the DPS of Blue Screen really struggled to get any value, and it was only the tanks of Blue Screen that really came in clutch.
And here we go. So far, both teams running similar compositions. In fact, a full mirror. PingMania making their way to the point, coming in here to this fight in the small room. So far, it looks like PingMania has been able to drive out Fadeless, but still no kills have come up. But now, Clap is going to be the first one, but Meester returning that. So both teams are down a tank, one Winston, one Diva, respectively. But still, nonetheless, the tide has not turned specifically yet for any one team. But it looks like PingMania is gonna go for the cap anyway, force Fadeless.
Meester finds his second boop. Meester finds 2 boops already, and that's gonna give him a really early sound barrier if he chooses to commit it here. False Swords is gonna fall, and this fight is starting to get scrappy as PingMania do manage to turn over that first cap.
And that is going the way of Fadeless now. That scrappy fight is going to be their saving grace. PingMania, though, good ult economy to come back here later, but as of now, Fadeless already committing that Coalescence just to drive out any of the stragglers. So now they're going to have to await when PingMania comes in again for the next push.
And this is already the situation we were talking about earlier, right? Where PingMania, they are playing not from necessarily an ultimate deficit, but definitely from a positioning deficit. They need to assert themselves in this fight right now, and it looks like that's going to be the case.
Huge EMP coming out there from PingMania. Finds about 4 from Fadeless, combined with Joshin's Death Blossom, just hitting anybody in his path there. Fadeless still holding strong. PingMania just falling and falling. A little bit of cap tried to happen there. Clap does find False Word, but it is not going to work just yet. Members of PingMania, though, are still going to try to fight this out. Clap actually getting some work done here, getting Meester out of the fight. Gavin, though, with the Primal Rage, making sure that Clap can not make any more damage happen. Still, though, looking good for Fadeless despite that little scare there from PingMania.
And that marks our third, Gavin dying there to Illuminus marks our third Lucio environmental elimination of the map thus far. Bomb engage will come in from PingMania, doesn't quite net anything as Navino is going to be kind of caught out of position, pressured down, hacked.
No ultimates on the board for Fadeless except for the Diva Bomb. Barbin almost there for that Coalescence, but PingMania able to take out Meester, so they are already down a healer there for this engagement, and now the Winston is taken out as well. PingMania kind of trying to turn the tides here, and it looks like it's going to be working as more and more members of Fadeless begin to fall.
PingMania doing so well to clean up this fight, but Fadeless are maintaining control of the point this entire time. Looks like they will be able to get it to 99% short of well, all of their remaining players just disappearing at a moment's notice. Gavin is going to fall, and Mara actually hacks Meester. Meester falls off the map. A nice little cleanup there from PingMania. Now with 6 ults online, Fadeless probably going to be looking to dry push here. Just try to pull out either a Coalescence, a Beat, an EMP, or hopefully all of them, and then just engage with one of their own.
PingMania definitely does have the ability to draw out this match to a 99% of their own, but like you mentioned, Fadeless might just want to see if they can force out some ultimates here because they do have time. And pushing in already, though, PingMania finding the first kill, but a 5-man EMP there for Fadeless. Gavin already taking advantage of that. What a beautiful use of that ultimate, because Fadeless was down there in the ult economy, but Clap still having their ultimate online, using it. This fight is now going back and forth for each team. PingMania still in control of the map, still in control of the ult economy advantage. And it looks like they are going to be successfully drawing this map out, because so far Fadeless has not been able to regain those percentage points, and now we're going into the 70s range.
Yeah, and it's the complete opposite of the narrative that PingMania want to be, or that Fadeless rather want to be forcing into these later, into these later fights, which is drawing out as many ults as you can while investing as few of your own. And PingMania are just stockpiling and kind of just picking up the straggler kills now. Fadeless not able to reset for real fight as the percentage is going to near 90.
And still having those good ultimates there to use. PingMania's got the EMP, the Death Blossom, both tank ults. Fadeless almost to another Coalescence, but other than that, nothing to work with. But nonetheless, it is overtime, so they're gonna have to commit to a fight either way. But PingMania, as expected, is gonna be able to use those ultimates to secure the point, and now the last bits of stragglers are coming in there for Fadeless. Diva Bomb comes out, doesn't find anything. The Lucio, though, gonna try their best to stall as much as possible. Clap releasing the Death Blossom just to get rid of anybody in that archway. And there you have it. PingMania getting the first map of Ilios.
Yeah, PingMania definitely a really strong fundamental understanding of how they want to play their 6-man, willing to let those fights break down a little bit more as long as they are the ones securing the important kills, because obviously the entire 6-man comp can move so fast around the map that you can afford to lose 1 or 2 in an early fight, and then they'll be back by the time the fight's, well, still going on.
And they're playing around it really well, because even if they are down some people, like you said, they don't really have to panic too much. So now we're going to see if Fadeless is going to try to use similar strategy or try to counteract PingMania in the way that they will end up suffering if they are down in the teammate count.
So we are actually going to see a compositional difference here. Fadeless opting out of the 6-man and into the Ball Diva Zenbrig dive. This is going to be, the pressure is once again on PingMania to really assert themselves in the pace and the tempo, and that early hack onto Joshin might just be the thing. The DPS line for Fadeless collapse.
The aggression here is super strong right out of the gates. Clap is just getting all of those nice cleanup kills. Despite falling there to the Zenyatta, the rest of PingMania is going to make sure that point gets captured. That aggression is something new and something that is working for them now.
Navina will die late, which may give Fadeless, who are switching over to presumably a rush. Yes, they are switching over to a rush. This might give them the time to set up first, assuming False Swords can get back in his own mech. And the scouting from Nyquist is actually going to be extremely important here as the engage does come in.
Another dive already started there by Juice Ice. Still, though, finding the first kill of this fight. PingMania, despite having dove on Fadeless, Fadeless is still going to try to push in and assert themselves on the point. Nonetheless, though, PingMania still finding those crucial kills. We see the Sombra and Reaper just taking out the tank and DPS line. And if you're Fadeless, I feel like you're going to be kind of confused, because I guess you were thinking that with that push, despite not getting the upper hand in the immediate beginning of that, you're going to be able to somehow get the point back. But now, halfway percentage already gained here for PingMania.
Mara?
Fadeless, though, does find a kill on the Sombra, so this could come to their advantage.
Yeah, Mara getting caught out extremely early there. Nyquist will follow that up with a second one onto a Luminous. And PingMania, just like that, Fadeless were able to just run right in off the back of that pick. I assume it was the scouting either from Nyquist or maybe False Swords to identify Mara's translocator and take it out before he could really, set up to get away after a hack.
And there you have it. The smart gameplay there coming in from the side of Fadeless is going to be, hopefully going to be in their favor. Right now, kills are still going back and forth. Members of PingMania have managed to return to the point, and it looks like they are going to be taking the upper hand. Fadeless couldn't even... Oh,
Gavin finds two with the slam!
Gavin! I was just about to say this fight may not be going in their favor, but I spoke a little bit too soon. Gavin said, hang on a second. We still have some stuff to prove, and now with that last-ditch primal there, it doesn't look like it's going to do anything there for PingMania, though they are at 99%. This is Fadeless' last fight if they want to keep this going, because if they lose, it's going to be going to PingMania, but that Death Blossom is going to be securing it. Finally, Fadeless on the point.
Yeah, the EMP was so good from Nyquist there to just cancel out the beat as soon as it comes out from a Luminous, who just maybe not thinking about the presence of that EMP, just really wanted to lock up the round for PingMania, and instead, PingMania are going to have to reset. Not a lot of ults here online for the team in black and purple, but they have seemed to be pretty proactive in the neutral. I don't think they should have a problem reestablishing their pace.
PingMania has been good at using their ultimates wisely to get that pace back on track, so it's going to be up to Fadeless here during this fight to make sure that they can stop that run as soon as possible. Early Diva Bond to try to get things going, but the remech is the thing that's going to get a kill. Ooh, losing your main Moira like that so early on is not going to be a good sign here for Fadeless. False Swords, though, getting the kill onto the Monkey, winning the tank battle for now. But it looks like the Doomfist is coming in for PingMania, getting a triple kill to turn the map around. 99% and dwindling. Fadeless trying to touch, but I don't think anyone can make it in time to make anything substantial happen. And it looks to me like Ilios is going to go in the way of PingMania.
Yeah, the 6-man dive there, just such a good comp, especially in control, for outpacing and starting those fights and winning as the fights prolong themselves. Fadeless weren't ever able, especially on that second point, ever able to really get a decisive fight win, and PingMania fully used that, their lack of, utilized Fadeless's inability to sort of clean up those late fight scenarios to their advantage, just playing a comp that takes full advantage of a prolonged, staggered, ugly fight.
All of those fights were indeed super back and forth, because at a lot of different times I thought that one team was gonna get the upper hand, but then as I blink my eyes, the other team does an ultimate or just gets phenomenal kills without even having to use one. And that's the sign that this is going to be a really entertaining match, because I don't feel like it was one-sided, because even though PingMania did win 2 consecutive maps in Ilios, I do think that Fadeless had a lot to show, and I think that going into the next map, we're going to see even more from them.
Yeah, Fadeless' 6-man rush, while not coming out on top on that initial round of Well, still looked really good. A nice little close 99-99 scenario. I'm just more wondering about the decision of Fadeless to not only initially opt into the Ball Diva dive as a response to the 6-man, but then transition to a rush after the 6-man had already been set up. Both of those comps very much struggle against 6-man, especially on Ilios and Control in general.
I know that I had said at the beginning that Ilios could provide some ways for teams to not stick to the meta, but I think in this case, as you mentioned, they may have had to go mirror, because the other kinds of compositions they tried just weren't bringing up any substantial kills for them, and one could even argue that's the reason why they lost Ilios.
Yeah, something else that was pretty interesting to look at here, I think, is the fact that Fadeless's DPS, who had been really important pivotal playmakers in their past series, were kind of non-existent on this map. Joshin came up with that really big Death Blossom on that first fight to get them that point control after PingMania got that initial cap. But after that, both DPS just were sort of silent, where on the other hand, you had Clap coming in on the Doomfist, getting a 2k and 3k before dying, resetting, and doing it all over again. And PingMania, just on that map, seemed to have a better idea of who was going to make the plays and how to set them up to do it.
I do agree that PingMania's DPS were able to get so much more plays there from the side of Fadeless, but I think that taking this map and going forward, Fadeless may have been just caught off guard a little bit. Maybe they weren't expecting PingMania to come out with this kind of composition, but now I feel like they know what they need to work on, they know who to target, so I think coming into this next map, they're definitely going to take their DPS and they're going to be like, alright, so this is what we saw from PingMania, this is what we maybe need to change. Because that's like always a good advantage for the losing team after a map, because they get to see their mistakes and adapt, whereas it's not as obvious what mistakes you make if you win, because all you're focusing on is like, oh, we won, let's continue to win.
Yeah, and that tenacity from both of these teams is going to be extremely important as Fadeless picks Nimbani. They've done this both times. They went down initially on map 1, and they've won it both times. They're currently without a loss on any of their second maps. So if you're PingMania, you got to be worried about what exactly Fadeless are going to bring into the situation, because you have a pretty convincing second round of map 1, right? But this is the team that was the second seed coming out of the Swiss standings. They beat the teams that beat you. There was no... There's a little bit of a disconnect, I think, mentally when it comes to how you're going to approach a defense or an attack when the team is as strong as this, and it's really important that PingMania comes up with an answer as to how they're going to be proactive about not only knowing what Fadeless are going to play, but how to beat it specifically.
I agree. I feel like adaptability is one of the greatest strengths a team can master in these types of situations, because this is a map that Fadeless is obviously comfortable with, and I think that PingMania knows that. So I trust that they're gonna do their best to try to stop whatever Fadeless is doing early on, because obviously, you know, you don't know what they're running right out the gate when you're going up to set up on defense. But even if you do end up losing either a tick or a point, as long as you are able to adapt quickly to what they're running once you discover it, you should be able to have a good time.
Also, the subs coming in for both teams. I believe it's Kyle and Clutch Caliber for PingMania, and it seems like Optical is the only one for Fadeless that I can tell. Optical was a huge player in a lot of Fadeless's map wins coming into playoffs and coming out of Swiss stage. Just able to make so many plays happen in those dire important moments. He and Josh were such pivotal parts against their series against Blue Screen.
I do remember seeing Optical Crash as a DPS player doing amazing work. And one more sub I did notice, I believe Basket is now in for Fadeless on the Ana. But speaking of Fadeless, here they come down the middle for their first engagement. PingMania so far managing not to die, but as I say that, clap ends up getting clapped by Optical Tracer. Fadeless looking good right now.
Yeah, Optical already lighting up the kill feed. Just such a nice first fight. If you're coming in, you know, maybe you're a little bit cold and getting a nice little confidence 3k there, and including both of the opposing DPS. Gonna be a pretty nice way to start off this map for Fadeless.
So this is what I was talking about earlier, now for the side of PingMania. Now it's the situation where, okay, we know what Fadeless is running, this is probably something they're used to, so now how can we either switch characters or play the map so that their momentum does not carry over into these points? Because anybody on Nubani knows that this stretch right now is really hard to get to stop if you are the defense and if the attackers have good momentum. But we're gonna be going to a pause first before we see what happens next.
And just like you were talking about, Streets phase is extremely difficult to get a convincing hold on, especially if your first hold wasn't all that great. As, you know, some of the players for PingMania are still in ultimate charge of the single digits because they had to make the switch off of that Orisa spam comp really early on. So Fadeless should be able to snowball this into a nice, easy second point, assuming PingMania doesn't come up with some insane heroics and a really well set up defense.
It is going to be the disadvantage there, having to swap to counter the comp of Fadeless, but in the end also your ultimate economy is not going to be as great. But I think one of their key win conditions here is doing those heroics where even if it's not kills, you're gaining enough damage in order to generate those ults really quickly. Because for example, if you're someone like a Tracer or Sombra, even if you don't kill anyone in the backline, if you shoot somebody enough, even if it's a tank, you can build up that ultimate really fast. So I think that's a great win condition there that PingMania will have to try.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis on the neutral fight here for PingMania because, like you said, that pressure on the backline is going to be so important in the dive comp that they're moving their way over to. And also, not to underestimate the playmaking ability of the Ana in those types of scenarios. I believe it was Illuminous picking it up after the swap came through, after the comp swap came through, after that first point defense fell apart. Very well-known player, the captain for this team, has the potential to make some real magic work with a clutch sleep or a even more clutch biotic grenade, you know?
I agree. I think that Ana is a really great choice because we saw the Ana, as we see now, Basket running it there for Fadeless from the start. So these swaps are going to be the right call, I think, as long as they play the composition they've chosen in a manner where Fadeless is going to be kind of caught off guard, whether it's getting into their backline or being able to attack before they do. You can see already there's a little bit of a dive coming there from PingMania, but they're going to quickly retreat and figure out another way to engage. Cart is coming toward them rapidly. Fadeless, though, getting one kill, but so does PingMania. But the pulse bomb there from Optical, taking out Illuminous on the Brigida now, interestingly enough. Fadeless also, their ult economy, 4 of them on the table, almost 5. Didn't even have to break a sweat to win this fight here. No ultimates were even used. The snowball, like we were predicting, is happening very quickly. PingMania, though, not all hope is lost, because if you see now... Oh? I was going to say the Tracer's got the pulse and the Ana's close to the Nano, but now it looks like Clutch is going to go ahead and go Sombra. That's very interesting here, how you switch when you have your ultimate. You would think that you would try to ult to get something happen and then switch.
It's a big grenade onto Navino and Illuminous. Gavin will find Kyle as Fadeless just are more than willing to leverage their ultimate advantage in here just to clean up the second point and build up a really sound time bank. PingMania opting once more into that 6-man, clearly where they feel their strengths are right now. Clap on the Reaper was able to make some magic things work on well. PingMania are going to be looking to him to do the same here.
It may have been a little bit of an overcommitment there for Fadeless because they used four of their ultimates, and I feel like PingMania
Not
didn't
too good
have
antis
the
like
ultimate
that.
to warrant that.
A huge ante onto 3, though, as the dive does come in, will make the fight a little bit more winnable for Fadeless, maybe? But no, Clap will just speed boost in there, get the cleanup on the back line, and Fadeless more than happy to peel back. And yeah, well, I do think maybe a little bit of an overcommitment from ultimates. You cannot underestimate the power that the 6-man dive will have in those neutral fights to just drop onto your backline if you're not ready. And if you feel that's what's necessary to get set up, go for it.
Clap coming out there with the Death Blossom, Juice finding 2, Optical finding Juice with the Pulse. So far, kills are being traded here for this fight. PingMania hoping to continue with this hold here now under that little bridge underpass. Fadeless having to step back again, but now still have some stuff to come out with there. But oh, Diva has now been lost. PingMania automatically down a player at the start of this fight. Not what you want, ideally.
I assume that was a reset because there was no mech in the kill feed, which would have been indicated if it had been just Navino and mech falling off the map. But Juice Ice will get blown up before they can pop that primal. That's disastrous.
Things were looking good there for PingMania for a minute, but Fadeless, regardless, is going to be able to keep their momentum going. And now that last stitch push, finding 3 EMP though from PingMania, using whatever ults they can to try to stop it here and now. Fadeless though responding with ultimates of their own. Optical Pulse Bomb yet again finds a kill. Meester now with the hammer onto Clap. And now it's going to be Fadeless taking it in.
That is a colossal time bank for Fadeless coming out of an extremely dominant attack half. PingMania really struggling to find a response there as Fadeless just seemed ready for the 6-man comp. Basket in particular managing to hit those insanely important biotic grenades as the dives would come in onto 2 or even 3, and it was always Juice Ice who was getting punished for that early aggression with the Monke. PingMania's answer to Fadeless's dive here, not quite working out in the way they want.
It was really good response there from Fadeless because typically you would think that it would be the defending team with the response, but it was actually the attackers in this situation because, like you noted, just the way that they were playing and the way that they kept their momentum going despite PingMania trying to switch up their comp. So now it's going to be the PingMania's turn to see if they can get as big of a time bank or even more as Fadeless. Fadeless looking to run a little bit of what they did before, a little bit of something new. We got the Cassidy now coming in, as well as the Baptiste over the Ana. PingMania going Mercy Zen for the start, although we can't fully predict their comp until the doors do open, because they can switch anytime in that attack room.
Yeah, however, I don't really know why they would switch all there to lock a very serious comp and then just say, actually, no, we're going to do something else. So yeah, they will be coming out of the gate with this Zen Mercy Ball Diva dive. A lot of pressure going to be on the DPS of PingMania to make something work, get those opening picks as soon as possible, collapse onto the backline of Fadeless before they can really entrench themselves with this spam comp.
I'm interested to see how PingMania is going to be playing this attack because Mercy Zen, not the best in terms of healing ability. Mercy is going to be able to provide that damage boost, but Nyquist finding the Mercy Echo duo right off the bat without even a Mercy of their own. That's just such a power play coming out from Fadeless super early on. That kind of proves my point of what I was saying before the fight started. Mercy Zen can be kind of useful in terms of boosting that echo, making sure the DPS gets stuff done. But at the same time, for tanks and even other DPS other than the echo, it's not going to be the best for healing. But now we're going to a Brig Zen, which is a little bit better because Brig obviously does do that AoE healing when she's fighting with the team. But we're also going to be seeing a Hanzo switch to a little bit more of the long range DPS style. And going through there, looking from the side, PingMania is going to try to come up from the top.
Yeah, PingMania's engagements here thus far have been pretty questionable. I don't believe they'll be able to find any purchase in this fight as the immensely more bulky spam comp is just going to be able to sort of walk through their front line. However, the DPS, though, for PingMania do manage to connect some picks, but Clap will fall. and Fadeless is still pretty solidly entrenched. They should be backing off. Yeah, the way PingMania have been setting up these fights has been really quite questionable, whether it's Juice Ice on a very, very telegraphed slam engage that Optical is able to flashbang out of existence before it can come to be, or just running up top right like this.
PingMania trying their best to push out of that narrow opening using the same engagement as before. Things are looking better for them though. Kills are coming out as well as the trance to try to protect against the high noon. Does not save Illuminous, nor does it save
No supports.
So now PingMania are left without supports, but they're gonna try to commit still, because what can you do? But Fadeless is now gonna be still in charge of this point here. They did commit both support ultimates though.
I think Mr. Fat fingered the rally.
Oh no, that's
Mr.
not gonna
Fat
be good at
fingered
all.
the rally. That's an extremely important ultimate just gone into the ether for Fadeless. That's a really, really tragic loss for the main support.
I was gonna say, this is good now for PingMania because of that unfortunate fat finger, because now they're losing that crucial ultimate, so they have more of a chance to go in now. The mind's being released there by Juice to try to force Fadeless into a different position, but that position is still gonna go in Fadeless's favor regardless. And now we have less than a minute left on the clock, so we're rapidly approaching last fight territory here.
There's no time left, but there is a profound ultimate advantage for PingMania off of the back of the tragedy we need not speak of. The rally advantage is there, the flux advantage is there, the Dragon Strike will be coming online as well. This is PingMania's biggest and really best chance of this half to make something work here on their attack.
As cheesy as it may sound, the ult rush is one of Overwatch's oldest but most effective ways of grabbing the point in the last second, and now we see that start to unfold. But Deadeye though finding two! Beautiful from Optical there on the Cassidy, immediately halting PingMania during that crucial bit. Nyquist's copy mines just get clapped after they rewind back. That's just unfortunate, but there you go. Fadeless picked this map for a reason.
Optical and Gavin, the cowboy and his horse, he's got those spurs that jingle jangle, and PingMania fall by the wayside. That was a statement defense there, despite a unfortunate ultimate from Meester, who will be getting play the game regardless, so something to hold dear at the end of the day.
That just kind of goes to show that even if there are a little bit of hiccups or issues in the game for a team, they're able to hold strong, bounce back, and counteract the other team. And that's exactly what Fadeless did there, because they won. But PingMania, though, going into this last map there, if it is indeed going to be their pick, I think that they're going to... I think they still have a level of confidence despite losing Numbani, because I know you mentioned this stat in the beginning where I think that everybody knew by now that, like, Fadeless is really good at Numbani, that they have this one down packed, so maybe they're thinking, yeah, let's just take this loss, but then we're going to pick a map that we're good at and win because we're already 1-1.
Yeah, the go next mentality for PingMania definitely coming into play, especially towards the end of that attacking half. You can see their last ditch attempt is, although it had the potential to be something significant, sort of just was kind of half-assed in its execution. The Dragon Strike went really low under it. There was no real pressure onto the high ground, especially once that bongo came out, which would in turn telegraph the high noon coming out from Optical. It seems like PingMania just want to keep the mental high, want to keep themselves nice and warm, not worry about burning themselves out on a map that they were going to be playing from behind regardless in.
I think that's a really smart move to go at, because if your mental booms at a place where it's really not worth it to boom, then it's not going to feel good for you. Because, for example, like, obviously they were going into this 1-0, it wasn't a 1. So, like, they really didn't have to, quote, try. So once they kind of realized this was going to be super, super difficult, they decided to just compose their mentals and save that try-hard attitude for whatever is coming up next in order to clinch the victory. But if you're the side of Fadeless, I feel like you would also have a bit of confidence, too, after that run.
Yeah, no, Fadeless, that's a statement map win. There's no question about who was in the lead there for that entire map. Fadeless had a sound control over when they wanted to take fights, how they were setting up those fights, what they were going to invest in those fights. It was a extremely dominant Nabani from a team that is now, I believe, 4-0 on the map.
That's really special to see, because if you're a team who has that map, like even if it is Numbani, even if it's something else, but it's your comfort map, in situations where you really need to come up clutch or in order to survive and keep going, kind of like this situation right here, that's gonna really help you out, because that was the exact thing that happened there. Like, Fadeless, if they had lost Numbani, they would have been done. But because they were able to pick that comfort map that they have such a high probability of winning, here we are going into map 3.
Yeah, map 3 scenario, PingMania have been shaky in their map 3s, but this will come to beg the question of what map they're going to opt into here. Their Route 66 they are 0-2 on, and their Junkertown they are 1-0 on. But do they want to take Fadeless to Jib, where Fadeless can be beat, or do they want to play Junkertown where they know they can win? This is the question that the captain of Illuminous is going to have running through his head, and hopefully we should be figuring out the answer to soon enough. And it is going to be Junkertown that PingMania are opting into, something which can really allow your DPS to shine, which can be good for Fadeless, but obviously PingMania picked this map for a reason.
There's a lot of strategy that goes into picking maps, because kind of like you reiterated, like we may be good on one map, but the other team could also be really good on this map, or we could be bad, but they could be bad, so there's a chance we could be better. But I think that Junkertown's a good pick, because I think that it is going to give PingMania that chance to kind of show themselves again, because Junkertown does have a lot of great areas where long range heroes can have their time to shine, close range heroes again. So kind of like I said with Ilios, this is another place where teams might be able to play their comfort picks and have a successful time.
Yeah, Junkertown is a map which relies on a lot of the control of those really long sight lines, how you're able to enable your DPS to take full advantage of that, how you're able to position your fight so that you can maybe sneak in some cart push here and there, and how much you can control those off angles. It's that first point and third specifically are going to be so heavily dependent on.
And now going into this, they're gonna have to make sure they follow those key bits of advice there, because it's true, this map is one of those types where those kinds of principles are super, super important. And now coming out here for the initial hero picks, it is going to be Fadeless on the defense first and PingMania attacking. So Fadeless coming out here for their defense, they're going to be using May Cassidy as their DPS line and a double shielded Rhine Sig.
Yeah, the May Cassidy rush really strongly lends to Fadeless's confidence in their ability to take team fights and be proactive about their engagements, especially on a map like this where spam comps and pick comps are so relevant and so important. Fadeless are going to have to be extremely proactive here. I've said that word a lot, but you're going to have to see it. We're going to see it in practice as to whether or not they'll be able to take this fight. They're actually going to be going for the spawn hold here.
That's a really risky play, because you've seen that a lot on Havana too, where teams like to try to get to the spawn door and hold us for as much time as they can, if not all of it. But at the same time, that's just going to give the attackers the automatic, spawn advantage. And even now, look at what PingMania is running, that Bastion Sim. Even if they're not going to stick with it the entire time, damage is going to be crucial. But it does look like Nyquist is going to find the first kill after all.
Yeah, Mara gets picked there, then that means that PingMania isn't able to get Clap on the high ground, which is clearly the thought in mind in switching to that Sim Bastion DPS line in this comp. Clap is just going to try to be getting PingMania some sort of avenue out of spawn as Mara switches over to the Junkrat, and PingMania already starting to maybe pull apart a little bit at the seams in response to this spawn hold from Fadeless.
Saw Juice there trying on the Wrecking Ball to maybe sneak the card and draw out the members of Fadeless, but it looks like it's gonna be working. Clap finding Meester. So things now, Fadeless down a support player, also down a Cassidy. Optical Crash falls to Illuminous. But Navino also falls to himself.
Regardless, the spawn hold, like you said, is going to be pretty soundly broken by an interesting little switch off here. Juice Ice and Clap able to identify Meester sort of playing back on cart, get the nice pile driver, and then subsequent Tracer engage on that. And PingMania walk out of spawn with what is a somewhat real comp. The Gladiator's special, which is forcing the double flex support in, well, a very heavy dive. Clap maybe going over the top for a pulse bomb here. Will manage to connect the stick, and Optical's gonna die because Navino just walks it into him. Or False Swords, rather.
And you hate to see that happen, but Clap, really great Tracer mechanics there. We were talking about how great Optical was on the Tracer, but now we're seeing that kind of flip-flop here. PingMania taking the advantage here. Their momentum looking good on Junkertown.
Yeah, Clap, the first round pick overall for PingMania, really making a statement map here just in this first point, being so important in breaking that spawn hold and again winning the subsequent fight, which is going to net PingMania the point, it looks like.
Fadeless, they have a lot of ultimates to use to try and break that momentum, but at the same time, PingMania feels comfortable on this interesting composition that they have elected to continue with. And now, as we're coming into the second point, you can kind of see a little bit of split play, and Avino trying to go up on the high ground there with the help of Mahir on the BAP. And it looks like maybe they're going to try to bait some of the members of Fadeless. But now here with the ball slam and the flux. Big alt rush coming out with the help of that echo beam. Lamp comes out there from Fadeless, but doesn't seem to do anything because the Optical falls, basket falls. Meester does find Clap, but that trans coming out there from Illuminous is going to keep PingMania alive there. Fadeless doesn't look like they're going to be stopping them just yet.
A solid fight for PingMania, but in the end, they definitely didn't want to invest the Transcendence as well going into that. What happened was Navino lifted up for the Flux, and Optical, after Navino got out of the LOS of his shield, Optical just pressed E through that AoE stun, and Navino lost what was left of it. Mara able to capitalize on the damage from the previous pile driver engage, but as the fight broke down, Illuminous forced to use that Transcendence, and PingMania are going to be short one support ult coming into this.
Optical now on the Tracer, so we're going to be seeing a Tracer v Tracer showdown now. Copy, though, comes out. It looks like it's going to be a copied Orisa for the side of PingMania thanks to Mara. And the other members of PingMania able to make sure that the members of Fadeless never get to touch the cart just yet. Still on the high ground, yet to drop down, but False Swords is going to be doing that. Regardless, Optical Crash is going to find that first kill on their Tracer. But regardless, it still looks like Illuminous getting Optical out of the fight early. Looks like PingMania is still going to be able to take this cart even further.
A couple of questionable ultimates on this second point offense here from PingMania, but they're able to leverage them into fight wins regardless. Nice little Mara moment there, just getting the supercharger at the very last moment you have your copy, so you can claim that you brought value to it, but let's be real, that was probably not the copy he was intending to go for, just for being stuck up on the high ground by himself.
Gotta love those Mara moments. Nyquist finding Clap. Fadeless now in the advantage here for this fight. They're gonna want to try to get as aggressive as they can, especially with that supercharger being dropped and the Transcendence being dropped there from PingMania, using some ultimates of their own, both defense and offense. Fadeless, though, does have the lamp in order to counteract that, as well as getting rid of that bongo. Gavin, though, still finding it, and eat, though! False Swords eats Clap's pulse bomb. That is huge there for Fadeless. Those kinds of high damage ultimates being gone in an instant is definitely gonna sting there for PingMania. Fadeless now finding their footing, so if they can continue this for as long as they can, if not the entire time, they're gonna be in good standing.
Yeah, Clap obviously getting that pulse bomb eaten there by the kinetic grasp from False Sword. Such a good reactive play from the Sigma of Fadeless. And now, I mean, Clap is going to be most of the way to another one. So not too much of a net loss there, but PingMania have been relying so much on their DPS's abilities to find these like crucial mid-fight or early fight plays where it's either connecting a sticky or diving in with the focusing beam at just the right time. And another Orisa duplicate stuck on the opposite side of that rotating 3 stand. I don't know what the official call out is, and that pulse bomb is gonna be so big.
Another one of those little Mara moments, but yeah, Basket's lamp essentially negates the damage from Clap's pulse bomb. Optical, though, having that pulse bomb to use. PingMania still making steady progress on the car. Meester, though, finding Mara on that Echo. Pulse bomb comes out from Optical, doesn't find anything, but that's not going to matter because the other members of Fadeless are making sure that PingMania does not push this cart further for now. And with less than a minute and a half on the clock, about 2 more good pushes left there for Fadeless. For PingMania, for Fadeless to stop.
Yeah, Mara has definitely been putting in the hours on the Orisa trainer, whatever that workshop code is, and really wants to highlight that hard work and dedication. But PingMania are really needing this duplicate to have more meaningful impact than he's been able to get out of this past 2. And it's going to be all that more important if they want to break such a close hold as Fadeless are able to assert themselves here so close to their spawn.
I like how Fadeless is playing on the high ground here because now here comes Juice with those mines to try to force him off of it. But
Nyquist duped a Zen? What?
Interesting transcendence there from PingMania. Doesn't really seem to save too many teammates. And Fadeless is definitely going to be taking advantage of that and just cleanly winning that fight.
Yeah, Nyquist duplicated a Zen there and then fell off the high ground and just sort of looked around until the duplicate died. And yeah, Illuminous invests the trance there, maybe just intent on switching off after the fight. Just trying to throw it in there, try to make something stick, but PingMania is going to be extremely pressed for time here in this final fight.
This is going to be crucial to throw everything they have at Fadeless just to make sure anything can happen. Mara does find Basket, Clap also fighting Meester. So the side of Fadeless is left without support. So this is looking really, really good here for PingMania. This opportunity to push it all the way, looking more and more realistic. I doubt that there's going to be anyone able to even touch. There's a little bit of contestation, but there you have it. And round 1 goes the way of PingMania.
Yeah, despite those small blunders with the ultimates here and there, PingMania just very effective in taking the neutral fights there. The pile driver engages, followed up with Mara's focusing beam damage was really, really good consistently throughout their attack. And this nice little switch to double shield at the end to just force the fight on point, make Fadeless drop into you. Also a really good decision there for PingMania. And it's the comp swaps that we were sort of underlining that Fadeless didn't make in that first map, utilized effectively and correctively in getting PingMania up, while there's no time left in the bank, a pretty solid attack.
PingMania definitely did show off yet again why they chose Junkertown. Even if they did not cap with time, they still capped regardless. So now Fadeless, ideally, they're going to want to cap with time, because that is going to give them a really big advantage going into round 3. PingMania, obviously, they don't even want that to happen. They're going to be using whatever they can, whatever strategy, whatever hero to make sure that Fadeless is held. Instead, they are going to be opting here for a more far hold as opposed to Fadeless's close hold. But judging by what is happening here with the double sniper, this is a good setup to be in.
Yeah, I think this is much more the standard as far as Junkertown is concerned. You have very heavily favored pick and spam comps to post up your Sigma and your Hanzo or whatever on the off angle, and Optical finds a nice opening pick on Tamara there.
And that's exactly what they wanted to do here. Fadeless, maybe they knew, maybe they didn't, but I think they know how crucial it is to win those kinds of sniper duels and to set up as quick as possible on attack, because they kind of expected that. If you're the defense, you're going to want to have that solid setup, and if you're the attacker, you want to make sure that this setup is not as solid as they thought. And you can see though PingMania is still kind of taking themselves a little back, trying to re-set up, and they're doing it just now. You can see the Widow kind of in the back, as well as the Sigma going up at the front. Still though, Optical Crash able to find Mara, but Clap is able to find Meester, so kills are going back and forth with the DPS. Clap though finding Gavin. Okay. and falls forward. What a Widowmaker.
Another Glove!
Clap is just clapping everybody on Fadeless. That is just star Widow play coming out there. And on a map like Junkertown, where we said those long sight lines are crucial to control, you're in heaven right now if you're a PingMania fan.
The first round pick for PingMania. That is holy shit. That last shot, so impressive. Infosight's going to be invested here just to get that early information on where Fadeless are setting up. What a fight from Clap.
That was truly beautiful. And now PingMania is taking their high spirits and just projecting them here into this other fight where Fadeless doesn't seem to be able to get anything going. Gavin already falling there to Mara. So Fadeless, though, having a good alt economy for this next push. The good old alt rush, maybe PingMania is expecting it. It's going to be all about execution from either team. Because if you're PingMania, you got to save that trans for something crucial. Fadeless, same story, but also got to find an opportunity where everyone's bunched up so you can use your flux. So coming into this next fight, those little bits are going to be crucial for each team to follow based on where they are. Mara, though, finding Meester, so that trans is already out of the question there for Fadeless.
Yeah, the nice flux as well to put so much pressure on the backline of Fadeless. Trance will be forced out from Illuminous in response to Falsword's own trance, but look how low the players for Fadeless are. PingMania should just be able to either force them back or just really heavily invest and clean up these kills.
Looks like they are going to be ending up forcing them back. No one from Fadeless has fallen yet from being low, all healed up now. Clap, though, getting ready to be in another great Widow situation, coming here into the minute left bit of this fight, trying to take out that Echo as soon as possible. Duplicate comes in, though. It's going to be the copied Sig. Clap still trying to find some good openings. Does manage to get Nyquist. And even though that dragon there came out from Optical, doesn't seem to be getting anyone down. Basket finding a kill, but it's not going to be anything substantial as the members of PingMania are able to clean up everyone else.
There's a reason we talk so much about why the pick comps, the long-range poke comps, are so effective on this map, and you saw it there. Clap was literally playing with his back against the second defensive spawn, easily, like, what, 40 meters away from the people he was hitting, and still able to apply so much pressure from this Widow position, which is a pick which has gone sort of by the wayside in more favor of the more generally impactful Ashe and Cassidy picks.
I definitely have to agree, because people think that the Ashe and the Cassidy are going to be more versatile and helpful, but no. If you're a good Widow, you can just kill all day long and not even have to worry. But Illuminous getting a double kill. Looks like it's going to be the Zen that's doing the killing. Overtime ticking down, though. Fadeless is going to have to touch and do everything they can to get something happening, or else this is over for them in the Sub Tourney so far. And it looks like, though, Clap getting Nyquist and Mara finding Optical. No DPS left for Fadeless. And ladies and gentlemen, PingMania are going to be the victors.
Now, Illuminous did so well in that last fight to find 2 kills, get the trance online, and then just barrel his team into the thick of it. Giving Juice Ice and Navino so much space to just take those duels. And yeah, Fadeless's stellar Sub Tourney run ends not with a bang, but with a clap. This is a highlight. Like, you can't. And that last shot onto Optical as he jumps out, the instant crosshair placement from Clap, just such a good little highlight there. Ugh.
Those are the plays you love to see.
What a play. Yeah.
At PingMania, as we've said, they're going to be continuing Fadeless. Their turn in the Sub Tourney has ended, but I want to give them shout outs still, because I do think that a lot of those players, everyone really played a really great game of Overwatch, and even though they did not come up as the victors, they're victors in my heart, because we all did pred for them, so I still think that they were exceptional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went into this match expecting a barn burner, and that's exactly what we got. Jimmy here again, by the way, hello. Yeah, what a performance from PingMania here in Junkertown, not just Clap, but the rest of the team here, and earning themselves rightfully an entry into our upper finals. Meanwhile, for Fadeless, they're gonna get knocked down to the lower bracket. They still have a chance at redemption. I believe we will see them again on the stream in a bit, because they're gonna fight, I believe, Selfish Gaming, if I'm not completely wrong here. But MFG and Rose, we just talked a lot about PingMania. Who would you point out really like as a standout player for them on these 3 maps? Because I feel like a lot of players on that team have been shining here. This was a really strong match of Overwatch.
I mean, if you're just talking about the kill feed, do we even need to say it? I feel like the answer for like the closest thing to an MVP for PingMania, especially coming into that last map, it's Clap. Able to, both on the Tracer and on the Widow on that defense, able to find so many crucial opening picks, apply so much pressure. Fadeless was clearly on the back foot continuously, and so much of that just came from the amount of damage the first round pick for PingMania was able to put out.
Yeah, Clap definitely clapped the opposition, but I'm gonna add a little bit of variety here, and I personally think that Illuminous did a really good job here for the side of PingMania, because being like such a good support player, being the captain, keeping the team morale up, especially during that map that was Nimbani, but then also in terms of gameplay, just being able to support the team, not die first super quickly, just kind of be a good solid backbone to allow DPS like Clap to make those crucial plays.
Yeah, I agree. I think support players, they always deserve recognition, especially because like if your DPS line is popping off, if your tanks are popping off, usually one of the reasons for that is that the support line is keeping them alive. And as you said, Illuminous did a fantastic job here. Yeah, I think that's a good way to wrap up this match here. We're gonna go to a quick break, and unless my producer can tell me what's up next, I believe up next we're gonna have a losers match between, I think Fadeless is gonna stay here, right? Yeah, we're gonna see Fadeless again in a little bit, which you know what, I'm not against that. Fadeless, they look very strong in this match, and they're gonna take on a hulking up Selfish Gaming, who have been just very dominant today. I mean, they lost that first match to Blue Screen, but I mean, that's not a big deal against Blue Screen. They're really strong
it's
team,
Blue
but
Screen, right?
Yeah, they took a win in the lower bracket over Triumphant, which definitely was a surprise to many people. So I want to see how they stack up against Fadeless here. I want to say thank you very much, MFG and Rose, for casting this game. We're gonna go to a quick break, and I believe after that you're gonna see Megalas and Hot Dog here on the stream. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Go select.
pushing it forward as this little bit of a scrappy here and there kind of fight breaks out. Nothing too big just yet. Blue screen might have a chance to recontest if they so desire, but I'm not sure. We will see it. We will see it coming in here.
Yeah, we do see blue screen with the window there. Butter's taken out though, so that's all that healing from blue screen just gone, and I think Rafflecopter is going to be able to make it. If Jack can stay alive on this point, just on the battle Orisa, getting nice up and close with Sturb, ensures that Rafflecopter can secure this first point here.
And with no ults used, as a matter of fact, so very well done, very conservative fight. They were able to keep everything as they move into point B. So point B is one where, you know, you can roll or be rolled. Ooh, Stunned finds a nice little pick there. That's a really, really great opening that you might even be able to keep those ultimates for a little while longer as they just keep charging forward. The Widow ultimate comes out, kind of keeps blue screen at bay for a little bit. No one wants to peek this until they have to, and that's just more and more cart progress for Rafflecopter.
Blue screen really has to just regroup, stop getting picked off, and take a 6v6 fight, because I think with a 6v6 fight, blue screen can win this. I think they have some good ults if they can just take the tempo back from Rafflecopter, which it looks like they're trying to do with Stratocaster dipping really, really low here. Does not get taken out, but Chasey forced to back up. But with the Flux, though, finds so many of blue screen, slams them down. The Transform Sherb keeps blue screen alive. And Larry VT, the himself, is the first to fall here, and the rest of Rafflecopter not far to follow.
Blue screen did a really great job of fighting through. I mean, you saw every single one of Rafflecopter's ults come out, and blue screen still survived. So very well done, showing why they are an undefeated team here. That takes a lot of practice, a lot of restraint to be able to, you know, stay safe, stay together, and do what you need to do to survive when so many ultimates are coming out. Very well done, and now they have a couple ults of their own. Actually, gonna have 4 for this fight, so look out for Bonesaw on a flank somewhere, trying to find a pick on the back line. Oh, excuse me, there's only one left in the back line. Dust finds an early pick on Strato, and this may be a very good opportunity for blue screen to keep Rafflecopter at bay for a little while longer, burning down this time bank slowly but surely.
Yeah, so really, really big from blue screen there to get that early kill, but they're kind of stumbling a little bit here. Dust gets taken down. Bonesaw has the pulse bomb eaten. So now blue screen is coming in with just the bongo and the windows. Still more than Rafflecopter is working with, though. Still blue screen's fight to win. Blue screen's tempo here is looking really, really strong, especially with that D-Mech onto Chasey. Really good job using that bongo to keep Rafflecopter at bay, burn more time off that clock.
Definitely, and you may see this again. Maybe you'll see Butters using... Oh, excuse me, Jack is just way over there. Blue screen doing a really good job of, like you said, slowing this down, just using that bongo to just pull time off of the clock. Likely you'll see Butters do the same thing with Window here. Rafflecopter swaps over to Wrecking Ball, trying to cause a little bit of chaos maybe. But blue screen is in a position where they can just take it slow and really own this second point now. Rafflecopter on the back foot with the comp swaps, no ults online just yet. Jack goes down so fast. And again, this is just... Blue screen is really turning this around and forcing Rafflecopter to just play slow, constantly be resetting. This is a really, really tough spot to be in as they look to get some ults online before it's too late.
Yeah, blue screen is just keeping so much pressure onto Rafflecopter. Rafflecopter can't even build ultimates, and when you can't build your ultimates, there's just nothing to work with. You're going to have a really hard time pushing. Oh, but there it is. This could be the fight opened up for Rafflecopter. Butters taken down. Only the Transform Sherb to sustain blue screen through Rafflecopter's aggression. So blue screen really going to have to find these picks early, which they are doing. Blue
Look
screen.
At Dust. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but Dust is just 2v1 over in that little side room. Really well done. I mean, if he hadn't gotten both of those picks, that very, very easily would have been Rafflecopter capping point B. That was a very pivotal set of picks there from the Hanzo.
Yeah, so that really ensured that Blue Screen was able to survive. Even though Butters died early, it just did not matter because Dust got so many kills and Sherb was there with the trance already. The going down, that's not what Rafflecopter wants to see in this fight. The bomb not going to find anything, so Jack going to be just bullied here, unable to do anything on the ball. Bonesaw is in the back line, shredding through Rafflecopter as that overtime wick is dropping so low. This isn't the place Rafflecopter wanted to be in. Just kill after kill coming out from Blue Screen. It's all Rafflecopter can do. Can get that one kill on a Bonesaw. Jack here on the point, desperately trying not to lose. Drops the mines, but it's not going to be enough. Unable to touch. Blue Screen take this map and take the series 2-1.
This was a great match. As you said, Blue Screen did manage to come out on top in the end, but it was really back and forth all the way through. Well done from Rafflecopter, and this isn't the last we'll see of them as they do drop to the lower bracket. Their tournament hopes stay alive, but it just got a little bit harder. Well done to Blue Screen for popping off in this third map.
Yeah, Blue Screened, I'm really impressed with them, really showing why they are the first seed in this tournament, showing that prowess, just able to survive, able to come back and show what a great team they are.
Hello?
Hello?
Casters?
Yes.
Go. Blue Screen, according to your predictions, they've won. They've won. So Freya, you're the smartest person here. You know, you are the smartest. But actually, technically, you both predicted it. I just don't predict.
No, I would agree. Freya's the smartest person here.
Okay. Well, in that case, though, we need to look forward ahead into the bracket. Now that this match has been resolved, you can see here's our following and remaining matches. Rafflecopter goes down to the lower bracket to play versus Monkey Flop. Fadeless is going to be playing versus Selfish, who after Fadeless lost to PingMania 2-1. So our upper finals match is going to be Blue Screen, PingMania. And then following the results of the lower bracket rounds, obviously, we'll have to see where it goes from there. But still, narrowing down the teams here just a bit, slowly but surely. And as we look ahead and we reflect on this match, you know, is this more of a Blue Screen being the better team or Rafflecopter maybe just not finding their footing? Or both?
It feels to me like it was Blue Screen just being the better team. I mean, Rafflecopter did do a really good job of trying what they could to get Blue Screen on their back foot. They had some interesting comp picks. You saw, especially with the Reborn Doomfist, worked out really well for them, but it just wasn't enough, and it definitely felt like Blue Screen just had that extra little bit that it took to get the win.
For sure. And when we move forward here ahead, I think we're still doing some matches on the B stream, right? Some are, I think at this point, Solomon, correct me if I'm wrong, is everything on stream or are we still doing some off stream matches? One off stream. Okay, so we're still doing one off stream. So we're pretty much prepping for the next one on this stream to be upper finals here, correct? Which is going to be Blue Screen versus PingMania. Yeah. Oh, I see. Well, I'm on the Discord stream right now. The Discord stream is just showing the B stream schedule. Yeah. So how am I supposed to see the A stream schedule, huh? There we go. There's upper finals. So you can see it now. Blue Screen is going to be up next versus PingMania here in the upper finals. And then obviously lower finals, in the lower bracket, it's going to be happening after that. It's going to be Monkey Flop and Rafflecopter. So you have your schedule, viewers. You have your schedule. You have what's going to be happening from here on out. We're going to probably throw to a quick break.
All right. Well, we're here. We're back with more Overwatch action here on the B stream. This is going to be, I think, the last match of the day here on this. We got a MFG here. We're both casting here, not having a host this time, so we'll just be kind of right in duo here going into this next map.
It is going to be a fun map indeed. We've got ROFL Copter and Monke Flop coming in here for this match for y'all tonight.
Yeah, both teams have done a pretty good job. Just looking at the the standings, both are 4-2 here. Both trying to make it to the next stage. Just looking at these two rosters so far, MFG, like, do you think one has like a particular advantage over the other? Like, what are we looking at or kind of feeling here just looking at these two rosters?
So both of these rosters, I recognize a lot of important names from tournaments past and people whose playing style I know quite well. For example, on the side of ROFL Copter, Jack has always been a tank that has stood out to me. Paracelsus and Protein have also been support players that were really special. And if you want to look on the side of Monke Flop, I remember Doc very well, Jordan, even Vincent. So both of these teams have pretty stacked rosters to make this a really fun match.
Yeah, you're very right. And on the side of Monke Flop in particular, I mean, Jordan, you mentioned his name, he's been just very good about playing that diva, playing that Sigma, that off tank, and knowing when to peel back. So I think if Rafflecopter are going to be successful here, they're going to have to be able to mitigate just Jordan's effectiveness as being able to just walk in with the main tank and not have to worry about backline pressure from the other team. It makes Monke Flop not to think as hard, which honestly I think again gives him a little bit of an advantage. Looking at just kind of the maps as well, they've gone with both have really favored Oasis, so I'd be very surprised. Oh, I'm very surprised. They're going to Nepal here.
It's an interesting pick because you would, like you were about to say, you would think that the teams would stay on those kind of comfort control picks. But going into Nepal, though, I think that judging by what we've seen on these teams playing these kinds of maps before, during their match with Blue Screen, ROFL Copter actually managed to take Nepal from them despite the loss. And in Monke Flop's match against Blue Screen was able to take Nepal from them. So going off of those sheer numbers, going into this map, technically ROFL Copter should have the advantage here.
Yeah, Rafflecopter, they're going to be trying to get fired up here. More than likely, Jack will be going out on the Reinhardt, as this map does favor a good rush play style. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, going in with the Reinhardt there, and they all are going with the Monke, or the ball, excuse me, on the other side there.
There's been a lot of ball play recently, and in terms of the way that these teams have been playing that, it's really kind of smart because you're not only using ball for the basic stuff that ball is known to do, like knock people off a high ground, cause a nuisance in the backline, but just also with like strategic mine placement and even just like coordinated dives that you would normally think to see with a Diva Winston. It's actually been paying off for these teams, so I'm interested to see how ball is going to be played here.
Yeah, and this fight is underway there. Jack already on the point, trying to throw in a fire strike, trying to make something happen there. Again, like a lot of this weekend has been the dive tanks looking for some level or some way of kind of just finding an advantage or just kind of go in. Just not a whole lot really going on just yet. Just again looking for one entryway in there as Not a Status falls dangerously low. They're able to get out luckily as the Rafflecopter throws in the mortality field, does eventually fall, and Monke Flop already getting picked out. It looks like currently Rafflecopter has the advantage as this fight goes on.
Yeah, the Reaper there getting those last minute cleanup kills. Monke Flop forced to retreat. ROFL Copter has put themselves in a great situation because ideally you want to have the point control as soon as possible because that gives you that opportunity to set up. And now though, you can see Monke Flop is going to try to do another advantage push in here. We already see Not a Status already on the ball trying to make things a little bit hectic there for the side of ROFL Copter. But then we see the Pharah getting those 2 kills right off the bat there from Monke Flop, instantly putting them in the advantage spot, built all the way up to a barrage. Members of ROFL Copter are trying to retreat. Protein Shake does find Doc, but Jordan goes ahead and finds Larry, trading off kills left and right. So far, the ROFL Copter is still holding on to the point, but not for much longer as more and more members still start to fall, and this point might go ahead and flip towards Monkey Flop.
Yep, and looking like a Rafflecopter. They're just trying to keep it still alive as Not a Saddest pushes in. Again, at this point, it's just a lot of stall. VeggieTales able to get the Death Blossom pick on Jordan. That's going to make it very difficult for Monkey Flop to get much of anything. And this fight really hasn't stopped yet as they pass 69% on the time bank. Jack looking for, just kind of hunting for a way to throw in this Earth Shatter potentially. And now I'm actually going to get back off. There we go. Finally resetting here.
Response there from ROFL Copter, because even though Monkey Flop was getting those kills and looking like they're going to be in the advantage, they were able to hold on and use ultimates effectively. Like, even though Larry did get slept there by Wild Rose, they're still able to find that crucial pickoffs to help RFL Copter stay in the lead, and now going into 95%. Last fight territory. Oh, look at that! Jack sacrificing the Shatter in order to get rid of Not a Saddest, but nobody from Monkey Flop can touch, so that sacrifice was not made in vain. That was a pretty clean round there for ROFL Copter.
Yeah, Rafflecopter was able to hold the point very well. Rafflecopter is doing a very good job throughout this.
Bomb in the corner.
What was that?
There's a little end clip there where the Diva Bomb launched in that very last moment. Actually got a 4K. If only it had come sooner there for Monkey Flop.
Yeah, that would have been a godsend, honestly. And Monkey Flop, they're going off to a different comp here, hoping to just find some answer what Rafflecopter is throwing at them. Jordan going on the Sigma. He's been very good playing with Sigma, being very aggressive, and again, being great with Peel. So they're really going to have to find a good answer to kind of get the any sort of percentage on that point, which they weren't able to do last fight.
Hopefully this new comp switch will prove to be better for them, but now both teams going around in their respective rotations. ROFL Copter trying to do a dive there, but Chase just gets instantly melted by Jordan Sigma. As you noted, that gameplay being notorious for having a great advantage being placed for the team. But now, despite that, RFL Copter still made their way to point there. Jack in the back, see what I did there, with Protein Shake there to help out. So Monkey Flop, though, almost at the full control point, but nonetheless, a fight is going to ensue. Tank on tank battle here. More members of RFL Copter coming in and getting those quick kills. Protein Shake even gets a beat kill to top it all off. And I think this fight is going to be going in the way of RFL Copter yet again.
Yeah, Rafflecopter is doing a great job playing this. Larry VeggieTales trying to get some sort of... Okay, there we go. A nice pick there. And they're doing a great job getting on the point and just kind of forcing their space on there. Monkey Flop is having a very hard time kind of pushing into what Rafflecopter is throwing at them. Status is coming in with their mines. That could be the opportunity they'll need, but I mean, the ult bank on the side of Rafflecopter is looking very good. You've got Tracer, you have the window as well. I mean, it's going to be a tough fight potentially as this next fight starts. And that's a good stick right there. Able to get one pick, and there's another.
Yeah, ROFL Copter able to get those kills quickly and cleanly. Like you mentioned, that pulse bomb really helped open up that fight there from Reborn. Larry almost kind of on the blade status, even though it is 60% judging by the next fight. They should be able to get it rather quickly. Monkey Flop, though, I did notice that Not a Saddest did try to go around the rotation and do the classic ball strat of discombobulating the ROFL Copter's push. And you can see it again, that slam and the mines, finding Paracelsus and then Protein Shake right after. No supports there left on the field for ROFL Copter, and everybody soon falls. So now this is Monkey Flop's chance to both take the point and maintain it.
Yeah, Rafflecopter did get pushed back there. A really good tactical visor from Doc to make his presence known, and now they're going to be able to get a little bit of percentage there. Still, quite a lot to kind of make up. There's at 60% to only 15. And now Jordan does have Signal. He's going to go in and be aggressive there. They're not going to really be able to do much with that. Already, Baptiste falls, and Monkey Flop able to make a good fight into what Rafflecopter is throwing at them.
I really like the response there from Monkey Flop because they were able to kind of play to their strengths and at the same time make sure that everything that ROFL Copter was throwing at them did not get as much damage as they hoped. Still, though, members of ROFL Copter are not going to give up just yet. Protein Shake did get that environmental kill, and even though they did kind of back off from the point, they have a lot to go in this next match. We have both DPS ults as well as Jack's Shatter. Reborn now coming to get that nice pulse bomb, does find the lamp. And then the follow-up with the Shatter and the Blade. perfect combination. Essentially, it baited out those defenses, and even though the trans was popped by Monkey Flop, it's not going to be enough. And now, even that could be kind of classified as an overcommitment just because it really didn't help at all. So now Monkey Flop is in a position where they don't really have a lot of stuff to defend themselves.
Yeah, Rafflecopter definitely is on the back foot there. Monkey Flop has the Reaper ult ready to throw in, and potentially, you know, again, just kind of potentially get an advantage there. They are fairly close together in terms of control percentage. Not much to really speak of here, and Parcells is already able to get a pick there, and Wisex's trying to equalize that, and that's a very effective ultimate rather, and Protein Shake gets the pick back, and it's, again, just super back and forth there for both teams.
Back and forth is what Monkey Flop hopes the percentage is going to do, as it's going into the 90s now for the side of RFL Copter, but not a status on the ball, already popping mines, making sure that no one can try to contest. Doc even popping out the visor to ensure that no one else is able to touch. But nonetheless, still, the percentage is gained now by Monkey Flop. I was going to say RFL Copter holding strong. Now it's going to be last fight territory for both of these teams, because realistically, by the time ROFL Copter comes back for another push, it's going to be basically 90 to 99.
Yeah, you're right on the money. Rafflecopter is going to have to get a recontest here and actually get their name back on the point. Not a whole lot of ult on either side. Monkey Flop does have a Sigma ult as well as the window, so we're going to have to be aggressive there. Potentially we'll get the Transcendence for sustain. Rafflecopter already gets picked off. That's 2 picks. It's looking very rough for them for this last fight. Oh, nice.
And now Flux coming in from Jordan to just put the icing on that cake. Monkey Flop being super duper aggressive there. ROFL Copter surely not expecting this at all. And it looks like we're going to go to a round 3 of Nepal.
Yeah, Rafflecopter. They're doing a really good job. Unfortunately, not good enough as Monkey Flop were very aware of what they needed to do to kind of stay alive. I mean, you saw that boop. Jordan almost fell off the point, was able to use his gravitic flux to stay alive. Really good gameplay on both sides, but Monkey Flop able to take the win from Rafflecopter. Yeah, we have to see what they're going to run out here with. They're going hard dive, looks like, with Monkey Flop.
I like that, because I think that this is one of those instances where this is not an expected comp. So right off the bat, ROFL Copter might be a little bit confused, which is ultimately going to give Monkey Flop that advantage of getting the map first. But we will go ahead and see what comes next, because both teams need to get to each other first for the fight to happen. ROFL Copter seeming to go pretty aggressive, where Monkey Flop hasn't even gone through any of the entry points yet. Looks like they're going to be opting for the middle here, whereas ROFL Copter already has secure of that high ground. D.Va, though, coming around the side there where the rest of the team is disjointed from Jordan. But I think this is an on-purpose strategy, because now, look, now there's players in front and behind, but that's not going to matter, because Jack is just going to kill the 2 support characters right at the start, meaning Monkey Flop is just instantly in a bad position to continue.
Yeah, Jack being aggressive, really the pace setter for Rafflecopter. Yeah, Rafflecopter is doing a really good job getting on point, very aggressive there, to making it so Monkey Flop has to come to them. And at that point, you know, there's really not a good way for them to dive. No real advantage to be found with this team composition. They have swapped some stuff up. Doc is on Reaper, and now Wisex's has gone to the Pharah. I do like this. It's gonna be pretty hard for Rafflecopter to do a whole lot of just damage to that DPS, and there's another fight just trying to be aggressive there with Satis getting closer to those mines.
Ooh, and Jordan gets an eat on Larry's Pulse Bomb. That is a great response there from Monkey Flop to kick things off, automatically giving them a good piece of mental to win this fight. Paracelsus, though, finding not a status, mines out of the picture, and now Protein Shake taking out Wild Rose, Paracelsus taking out the Pharah. It looks like the supports are taking out the DPS. Not exactly what we would expect out of simple Overwatch, but hey, we'll take it. And ROFL Copter actually did a really good response.
Yeah, Rafflecopter has been very consistently able to adapt to what's being thrown at them. Saddest on the side of Monkey Flop is going to try and be aggressive here, but it's going to be tough as Rafflecopter has a lot of ults in the bank. Monkey Flop with that late swap, I mean, Doc only has 30%, has not been able to do a whole lot of damage. It's going to be very tough to get any sort of advantage here as this next fight starts out.
ROFL Copter waiting for Monkey Flop to make their moves just so they could release their ultimates or just plain damage. Larry already taken out Doc to start this commencement. And now with the Pulse Bomb just looking for a new target, the res does come in for Doc, but at what cost? Both the Mercy and the Pharah fall immediately. ROFL Copter looking super good right now to win this as we are approaching 90% territory. And now you can see Monkey Flop switching Tracer, sticking on the ball, those fast characters. 2 more percent, not going to be able to make a touch. Oh, maybe they do. But regardless, the Meteor Strike coming down, gonna get the Sky Team out of the air, already targeting that poor Mercy. Misses, but it doesn't matter. But Monkey Flop is gonna say it is gonna matter because Not a Saddest found the BAP and the Rhine, 2 important parts to ROFL Copter's composition. Pharah though getting res, Doc finding Chase. Things are looking better now for Monkey Flop. They want to continue this and they want to hold this fight to keep going, and they have the point.
Yeah, a long, drawn-out fight, but Rafflecopter not able to keep up with the advantage they had through a lot of that. Monkey Flop still, though, looking pretty grim. They are, having to defend this point for the full 99%. Now, it looked like he was going to be aggressive. Did eventually end up getting the mines off. Not really doing a whole lot except zoning them out. Jack falling dangerously low, so has to back off. So at this point, that's a big pick. Protein Shake not being in the fight. That's going to be a long stall once again. And yeah, this is just again just kind of waiting for these ults to end up here.
We just saw that happen for a glimpse, but they gotta watch out for that little back cap there. We saw Larry almost try to do that there for the side of RFL Copter. Here comes though an aggressive speed down mid. Monkey Flop was waiting for them on the side, so now they are rushing to point, trying to take the fight there, because ideally that's the spot they want to win at. Ana though falling though, so ROFL Copter already taking out the main support. Reborn finding Jordan, Jack finding Not a Saddest. Things are looking better now. The Jackdo does fall to the barrage. Touches are coming in, but the members of ROFL Copter are going to be the dominant party on the point. Doesn't look like Monkey Flop can put any more damage out, and there you have it. ROFL Copter is going to be taking the pall.
Yeah, a good job by Rafflecopter to make it a 1-0 now in the series. It's a good way to start any series. Being in the lead, there's not as much ground to have to make up. And Monkey Flop had moments where they looked good. They had some moments of success, but they weren't able to string it together consistently, and unfortunately just turned into a fight win time and time again for Rafflecopter. They're going to have opportunities to kind of turn it around here in the next few maps, but they definitely have a little bit of ground to make up for sure.
Definitely so, and even though this is just the first map of our series, I can already tell this is going to be a fun one to continue watching, just because how close Nepal was. Like, it was 2-1 on Nepal. There was no consecutive map wins, and even in those wins, it was like 99 to 100 or like more than 50%. So now I believe it is going to be Monkey Flop's chance at a map pick.
Yeah, and let's just quick see what they used to do. A lot of the time, they've been running Numbani a lot. And Rafflecopter, they've been favoring King's Row. It would make sense for Monkey Flop to choose Numbani, force them off that rush that I'm sure Jack just wants to play. So I'd be surprised. Again, I was just surprised by the last map pick, but I'd be surprised if they went with anything but Numbani here. I think it makes the most sense for what they've been running.
I remember during my last match, it was basically the same situation where Fadeless was down and their comfort map was Numbani. They picked it and they won. So I would expect them to do the same thing if it is their comfort map, because I reiterated this a little bit on the previous match I casted, but having a comfort map is actually really good for a team in these kinds of situations, because it essentially guarantees you an automatic win, unless for whatever reason it just so happens to be the same comfort map for the enemy team. But I don't think that's going to be the case here, just because of, I don't know if many teams favor Numbani as much as one might think. Like, I certainly didn't think that Numbani was going to be a fan favorite in ST5, but I was wrong.
I'm not sure much it's a fan favorite so much as just people are running comps that kind of require them, necessitate them to have high ground. And we do have Kefri, I guess, was in the chat. Of course he was. Who wouldn't be watching Bad Patchy Mario League? I do like some soulless eyes. soulless
the real
eyes.
Kefri has come to see some fun new Bonnie gameplay, because that is where we're going, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, I mean, Monkey Flop, they've been really favoring these compositions that allow them to get the high ground. So there really wasn't another map that would be as good as that. So Rafflecopter, gonna definitely have to figure out a good way to maybe force the rush comp. I mean, you can do that for the third point, but Rafflecopter is gonna have a bit of a riddle to figure out here as they set up.
And a sign of a good team in these situations in regards to adaptability is having the ability to solve that riddle in a very quick manner, because obviously, because they're not all seeing hackers, they don't know exactly what Monkey Flop is going to be coming out with. Like, for example, like, why did they pick this map? Is it because they're going to run X comp, or is it because they're going to run Y comp? So you kind of just have to make a guess here. But this guess here from ROFL Copter is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, it's one of those things that you know, it's gonna be one of the best ways to fight what a dive is kind of getting thrown at you, right? I mean, all you have to do is kind of point and click on the large circle. So I guess it's not really as strange of a pick as you might think. You know, this Bastion could be a good way to stymie Monkey Flop as they try to attack. And now they're just trying to find some way to start this, as I think they might have a good idea of what they're running. And Larry just on the prowl, looking for something to shoot at here. It's not a whole lot going on.
Before the fight begins, I've got to acknowledge the little AOT side banter in the chat. I love anime fans, but finally now it looks like the fight is going to begin. Both teams have made it to the point. Bastion, Larry going to get rid of Not a Status. That's actually a really good pick to get rid of the ball, because now whenever he goes into the back line, Bastion's just there to mow him down, especially with the help of the Orisa shield. So it's going to be up here for Monkey Flop to do what they can, and there you go. Doc instantly taking out the Bastion and the Brigida with, honestly, a very quickly gained Dragon Strike.
Yeah, that was a very good job of, you know, just engaging with that ultimate, and now they're gonna have to again figure out another way to stop this. And Rafflecopter, they are going with the Reinhardt. That's probably gonna be, you know, probably what they should do. Just focus on a comfort pick and just kind of force it. It'll be a little bit tough here going into the street phase, but most, you know, fights in this street phase don't really go the way of the defender anyway, so I'm not sure they're really missing a whole lot, or losing a whole lot rather. So I mean, you know, just throw in your best shot and see what happens. And nice, that's a good start.
There's the shot that's thrown, and it's going well. Maybe they heard you and they are going to prove you wrong, because already right out of it, ROFL Copter is going super aggressive to do one of the rare streets phase holds. So Monkey Flop, though, having a lot of ultimates to break through, so it's going to be up to ROFL Copter to spot them out quickly.
Yeah, and Chase super excited, just freaking out about what of a good of a take that was, and now throwing in the bomb. Nice job of Jordan getting the Paracelsus's immortality field. Not much else they can really do there. Larry VeggieTales in the back line trying to make some magic happen, just trying to get up to that pulse bomb as fast as possible and be the difference maker.
I like that peel here. They're coming in from the side of Monkey Flop. You saw that the Ano's almost taken down there by Larry's Tracer, but you saw Vincent coming in to protect. Larry, though, still in the back line, gets a pulse stick, finds two! Doc walking into Oni. That is not what you want to see there if you're on the side of Monkey Flop. That was just a great play there all around from ROFL Copter. And there, Stratocaster says, I think it's going to call for a reset here from Monkey Flop.
Yeah, not much you can really do. Larry VeggieTales able to find Jordan, just kind of being a menace in the backline as Vincent tries to, you know, to just be a little bit of a thorn in the side. He gets chased down now, Vincent on the back foot. Just a whole lot of good dives from the side of Monkey Flop. They did get stymied here a little bit, but I think they're going to have a very easy time jumping into Rafflecopter. Actually, as I say that, I'm looking at their ult charge, and that's going to actually be a pretty tough fight to start. Excuse me.
Especially, though, since Doc managed to take out Paracelsus there a couple minutes ago, so they have that advantage where it's going to take them a little bit more to come back in terms of timing. And Monkey Flop, they don't have as many ultimates to work with as RFL Copter, but they're going to be able to position themselves in a way that what little ults they have are going to be effective. You see zoning the Reinhardt, forcing Jack to retreat back into the bomb, having to shield one side and getting attacked by the bomb for the other. But at the same time, when Jack, did you see that? When Jack pinned away, he actually pinned into the D.Va and got Jordan. That's just an little funny unlucky. Larry, though, finding Oni. Things going back and forth for both teams. ROFL Copter, though, seeming to find more kills than Monkey Flop, able to hold the defense for now, although there's still going to be some progress made.
Yeah, Rafflecopter is doing a good job, just trying to force their comp, engaging now with the, or kind of using the window as they get engaged into. Throwing in the bomb, Chase is able to get the Ana as well as the Tracer following Vincent out of the fight back in the spawn room. A good job answering, and now Rafflecopter is on the high ground, metaphorically, as they're on the low ground actually. They were able to finally stop the point there. That was getting pretty rough for them. I think if they didn't stop it there, I'm not quite sure if they'd ever be able to. A lot of these points can be very momentum heavy, so Jordan I think might have bit off a little more than they can chew here, trying to get out. Now we'll see. I believe in him. Jordan's a intrepid young lad. I believe in him.
And there's the grand escape. But it's funny how it's essentially the D.Va doing the Wrecking Ball's job of just being in the back line. Stunned is going to turn Jordan into a baby, but the rest of Monkey Flop is going to be there quickly to retaliate and protect Jordan at all costs. And now it looks like they are going to be finally completing Streets phase.
Monkey Flop, they seem to really be finding their groove here. They do only have 2.5 minutes on the clock, so not a very strong time bank, but still, that's very workable. And yeah, they do swap to the rush. This is where it gets a little bit interesting for Monkey Flop as Rafflecopter. Yeah, they're very adept with this comp, but now Paracelsus not being on the not being alive makes it a lot tougher to defend this, and now they're just doing a really good job pushing it in.
A rush was just chosen at the right time because obviously it takes teams a little bit of time to get acclimated once the other one switches to the rush, as you saw there where Monkey Flop just went super aggressive and ROFL Copter had nothing to do but retreat. And the way that this is timed is that this snowball is going to last enough in order to make sure they can get this really far, if not all the way. And already RFL Copter forced into a corner. Beat, though, does come out from Stratocaster as well as the window for Paracelsus. Bomb and window, they're coming out from Monkey Flop, helping to make some space to allow them to push the car. But stun, Paracelsus finding some kills off of Monkey Flop. High noon. It's a kill spree there for ROFL Copter. They're able to manage to save this push.
Yeah, Rafflecopter really doing what their name speaks of, because they are making us raffle with this incredible gameplay. Yeah, again, Rafflecopter has been doing a really good job answering Monkey Flop. In general, though, I feel like Monkey Flop has been, kind of finding the upper hand a lot of these fights, able to kind of push in and be aggressive. And yeah, especially with these ults, Doc on the first fight, able to get a pick as well in this last fight as well with the that dragon. Really good job.
They're the shatter coming in from non-status and the pin, just basically making the statement that Monkey Flop is here and they're not here to monkey around. No monkey business here, just business involving getting that payload over the line. Jack Shatter even being blocked. Hate to see that in the final moments where you're trying to defend. And there you have it, 35 seconds to spare.
Yeah, I mean, having any time bank on this map is a good feeling. It can be, again, very heavy in terms of momentum. So breaking that momentum can be very tough, and if you don't break it, you immediately, just kind of lose. So Rafflecopter definitely going to have a little bit of a task ahead of them. They have to get it with at least a little bit of time on the clock, even just a 1/10 of a second, or else it's going to be just a tall order for them to win this map.
I feel like in terms of mental, if I'm ROFL Copter coming into this where it's going to be their turn to be attacking, I think that they're gonna take the results of what just happened and be like, this is not right, we were up before, we can definitely come back and cap with more time, because they did have a lot of great moments there. They were managed to hold, Monkey Flop on streets for a lot longer than most teams tend to hold the attackers for. So I think that shows the signs of them being able to have a respectable push here, even if they both cap and it's not as much time, or if ROFL Copter caps with a lot of time. We'll have to see how Monkey Flop chooses to respond, and it looks like they're choosing to do that with a Torbjorn.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a very solid pick. It's going to be very tough to get any sort of presence having that 7th man on the field. A lot of games yesterday ended up having a Torbjorn as well, and it'd be a very effective deterrent. I mean, I saw a couple full holds pop in on Numbani rather with that Torbjorn pick. So Stun is going to have a little bit of a tall order trying to figure out a way to address this, and just teleporting in. Now back on another on the point.
There you go. Larry gets Oni, but then Doc's turret, that effective Torbjorn, like you just said. But now the fight is immediately on point now, thanks to that Sim TP, but Monkey Flop still being able to hold their ground. Jack falling kind of early there in that fight, but Paracelsus finding Jordan. Both teams essentially down their tanks. And nonetheless, though, ROFL Copter is 4 of them on point, and it looks like Monkey Flop is just kind of giving up the ticks.
Yeah, Rafflecopter, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do a whole... They're going to just kind of walk into there and make it a little bit difficult for Monkey Flop to do a whole lot of anything. Stratocaster being aggressive, and Jack a little bit aggressive too, kind of just implanting his face on the side of the skyscraper, and they are able to get the point 1 with about 3 minutes on the clock.
And fair enough, Jack, but even the Molten Core came out there from Monkey Flop in a last-ditch effort, but alas, ROFL Copter capping that with over 5 minutes left. Doc, though, still choosing to remain on the Torbjorn despite, now going on the Hanzo. I like this pick. I think that it worked before, and I think it's going to work again. It has some good merit to it.
Yeah, I mean, Doc has been able to play it very well, using his ultimate as just a space deterrent, zoning them off. It's been a way that they've been able to win a lot of fights. Rafflecopter on the ground, just trying to, again, find a way to walk in, just trying to get these ultimates up. Jack, inside of Rafflecopter, it's 5 ults, 6 ults almost. Now, being aggressive, walking in, D.Va, demeched.
That was such a beautiful shatter there from Jack, although not too many kills came out of it. It definitely stopped the momentum there for a second. Now the D.Va bomb coming out from Chase, finding the Lucio. That is a good pick off for the side of ROFL Copter. Doc, though, retaliating, finding Paracelsus. Both teams down a support player, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. ROFL Copter still making steady progress. And now with that beat, you can see the tanks going in extra aggressive there. Monkey Flop's going to have to be careful not to get melted down by those sim turrets. And the window's been popped as well as the lamp and the dragons, hoping to find some good pickoffs. Find Stunned and Larry, so both DPS are off the table there for ROFL Copter. And regardless, though, a window does get popped out from Paracelsus and wins the Baptiste battle. Oni goes down. So without DPS, they're still able to cap second point.
I mean, that was just some heads-up gameplay by Paracelsus. Jack knew he could walk in and do anything that he wanted. He had the backup, he had the window, he had a bunch of amplified healings. I believe also he had Chase, I think was still mech'd, so he knew that he had backup. So pretty much no matter what he did, he knew he would be able to just kind of do whatever he wanted. So Monkey Flop kind of on the back foot here. We're nearing, just below 5 minutes on the clock. This is going to be a tough fight as he passes this first corner.
Jack has a shatter ready to go in order to initiate. Wait, oh, he blocks the shatter from Not a Status. What a power move. Gets a shatter blocked before, blocks a shatter in return. Dragons coming out from Doc, trying to split the team up. And there's a stun, but still Shatter holding strong. Stunned even finds a pick onto Doc. Jack, though, does lay down a shatter, and it gets blocked again. Not a Status doing great things on that Reinhardt, reading it so perfectly. Window getting popped out, beat in return. Everything's coming out here. It is technically last fight territory if you're the side of ROFL Copter, hoping to finish this here and now. So far, no drastic differences in numbers for either team. Only things dying are the lamps. Jack finding Oni, though, and here's a bomb. Jack finding Not a Status too, and Vincent. Jack getting a great 3K there. Jordan finding Larry, but nonetheless, another beat has been popped out. Chase and Stun both finding kills, done with the 2K, and I think it is gonna go. There we go, 4-12 for ROFL Copter.
Yeah, just a little bit under 420 for Rafflecopter. Monkey Flop, I mean, they were able to get some time on the clock before, so they do get another shot here. They're going to have one good attack. I mean, if that, really. I mean, they're probably going to have a lot of... they're going to have a lot of issues, because more than likely, Rafflecopter will probably run, just a very stationary comp with Torbjorn. Something that makes it tough for them to run that dive. Maybe the Bastion again. They did make quick work of it on that first kind of set of fights, but I don't know. It's going to be a very tough ask for Monkey Flop.
A funny banter there in the chat. Apparently Jordan accidentally thought it was GG's, but like you said, Monkey Flop does not want it to be GG's yet. They want it to be those underdogs where even though they do have only a minute, they're going to turn that minute into the most valuable minute of their life, because it's possible. I've seen it before. I have seen teams with only 1 minute left make a full run, making it 6-3. So we're not going to count out Monkey Flop yet. But if you're on the side of ROFL Copter, you are not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. You're just going to want to crush them as soon as possible.
Yeah, Rafflecopter has been doing a very good job playing to their strengths. They are going to go a little bit different here. They are running the more stationary comp with Larry on the Torbjorn, as well as Jack on the Orisa. Far sight from the Reinhardt they were playing originally. I like this comp, though. It's going to be tough for Monkey Flop to get any sort of advantage. Vincent's not going to be able to get in the back line, already falling dangerously low. I mean, everything that Rafflecopter is running, it's going to be very tough to fight with what Monkey Flop is selected for their comp.
Got a Saddest already in the back, though, trying to get things going. The only thing that Ball really can do in this situation right now to start things off. And they only have a minute, so they really got to do this perfectly. They got to go in, and Doc goes in all right, gets a headshot on the Larry. That's a great way to starting off. But Larry's going to retaliate from the grave. That turret there finding Vincent. Doc falling low to the Ash Dynamite. Fights coming down now. Members of RFL Copter dropping from the high ground. Shield and Lamp, though, both deteriorated. Nonetheless, the Monkey Flop's going to take a little bit of time to let the rest of the team recuperate. Dog already with the Dragons, pops him out. Doesn't get them eaten. Overtime now, both teams on the point. Trance pops out, hoping to give Monkey Flop that advantage in order to just melt down the rest of RFL Copter. But RFL Copter has stuff to retaliate by themselves. Chase finding Doc. Mines coming out as well there from the side of Monkey Flop. But here we go. Larry and Stunned finding kill after kill, hoping to make sure the fight does not go in Monkey Flop's favor, and there you have it.
Yeah, Rafflecopter did an amazing job there. Didn't get both ticks. Unfortunately, Monkey Flop was able to sneak one in there, and it made a little bit over half. So it is still winnable for Monkey Flop, but Rafflecopter, I'm not sure they're really going to let them have any sort of a semblance of a thought of them being able to win this. I think Rafflecopter, they look dominant that first fight, the first push into the Numbani. I think they're going to be able to take this map pretty quickly, honestly.
Did show a great ability for that steamroll, but hopefully there is the chance that Monkey Flop recognizes that now and they have a more comprehensive way to play around it, because this was Monkey Flop's pick. So I really doubt that they thought that ROFL Copter was going to be as aggressive as they were. But now going into round 4, I feel like now they're more used to it, and hopefully they can orient their comp in that way. You can see some similarities of the Torbjorn now, the Tracer. Now we're going to have a Monkey D.Va on defense. You normally kind of see this more comp on attack, so I'm interested to see how they're going to play this.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think Rafflecopter is just going to do what they did before, just TP on aggressively and just try and make as much damage as possible. Doc on Torbjorn, I mean, that's probably going to be one of the best ways to go. I mean, and he's always been strong on Numbani, but especially needing any sort of advantage, really. Making it so they've got 7 people on the team doing damage. It's definitely going to only help things. There's the teleport already. Looks like they're going to be going right onto the points, or the high ground, rather, chasing him down. That's not where you want to be. That's unfortunate.
Jack doing that famous charge again, doesn't find anyone this time, but still attracts members into that little room. 44% and asleep. Looks like Jack's not going to be surviving for much longer, but it looks like the members of Monkey Flop are going to be the ones surviving so far. that was a good response from them because, like you had noted, they did the teleporter thing again. Looked like they were going to go aggressive and get point, but Monkey Flop was able to bait them down into that little room and kind of crowd and swarm around them, particularly taking care of Jack first, which is a great strategy because getting rid of that tank first and taking advantage of the fact that he likes to go out and pin is going to allow the team to be more open to be picked off since they don't have that shield to hide behind.
Yeah, good analysis of that. Rafflecopter is now coming in on that Earth Shatter. Jack is going to be wanting to be aggressive with that. Now, trying to throw in that anti. That's huge. Makes it very tough for them to follow up on anything. A good sleep as well, looks like.
That is just more of that golden response there from Monkey Flop, and now we have that nano there, I believe, onto the Winston. Yeah, Jack does find Vincent with a fire strike, and they are still looking to keep advancing through that little area despite almost basically losing the fight. The rhyme there. But now Monkey Flop with their alt economy, they're looking pretty good. RFL Copter similar alts in their arsenal, but Monkey Flop needs to be careful here not to be baited and caught out because now it looks like the Ball and the Reaper are kind of trying to draw them away from the point. But Vincent finding the kill onto Larry anyway, forcing the Ball to kind of either pick off the Tracer or go back because you see the break coming in for the support. Jordan's bomb finds Paracelsus. The legs had taken out Stratocaster. Monkey Flop is really showing their stuff.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job. Saddest had to use his Primal Rage, but honestly, it was a good investment. Able to stay alive with all that healing. Oni also used the rally. Just a whole lot of just survivability on the side of that team. The Ana on Monkey Flop as well, been landing a whole lot of great nades, putting pressure on Rafflecopter so they're not able to walk in because they are favoring all that AoE healing. Just one ability makes it very tough to do any sort of healing. That's going to be a good advantage. And now Jack on the high ground again, walking in, getting a pick. That could be the advantage they need.
Jack's aggression, you gotta hand it to him, pays off well even if he does get caught out in the end, because all you need is that little bit of time to get those good kills. Chase really following up after him to ensure they die instead of just staying low. And there he goes. Super aggressive, almost happened in the blink of the eye, but ROFL Copter is going to be your winners.
Yeah, good job, good dominance showing from Rafflecopter. Monkey Flop has a lot of good strategy, but unfortunately, I mean, if you've got a good comp, you guys are, you can play well. I mean, just lean into it and play it as best as possible. And it seems like Rafflecopter took that to heart. Doc did have some amazing moments as you're seeing with that play of the game, but unfortunately just was not enough.
I want to give Monkey Flop credit as where it is due because like we just saw with the play of the game, there were a lot of awesome moments there from them. And they really held out strong there on that last bit for their defense because the way that we were talking about ROFL Copter's aggressive style, we were kind of hinting that it was going to be over way quicker. So kudos to them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, they were able to make it here. Unfortunately, they are out of the tournament now, so their hopes of getting to that big grand finals are unfortunately not possible to reach. But again, like throughout the tournament, they played very well. I mean, they ended up with a good record. 3-2. That's I mean, better than a lot of teams ended up getting in any tournament. So good job to them. And Monkey Flop lives on forever in our hearts.
That is a true statement, and ROFL Copter is going to be flying their way through the bracket, hoping to find themselves at the grand finals by the end of the evening. So stay tuned as we get more matches ready for you in order to make sure we get to see that grand finals match by the end of the evening.
Yeah, they did a good job, and I know definitely the A stream has had some amazing games. I mean, just looking at the rest of the bracket, MFG, like who do you think is gonna go away with this the whole thing? Who's gonna win it?
I don't know, like the bracket just seems like there's so many good contenders. If we want to pull that up now, we can even see where things are right now in regards to how this match just ended versus what's going on the other stream. But I think, like I said, there's just a lot of good contenders to pick from, and I don't even think I can pick one. But I think we might be getting some interviews instead.
Yeah, I've successfully confused production, as I'm wont to do. We do have Jordan, the head honcho, the big gorilla of Monkey Flop.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, you made it very far in this tournament. So you got to be happy with how kind of how you guys ended up playing, right?
Yeah, it was good. I expect us to go a little bit further, but I still take I think 5th, 6th, or 4th or some shit like that. So
it's up there.
Not the worst in the world, but it could have been better.
I think you guys played really well, and I said it on broadcast, but kudos to you guys, like especially in that last bit of defense, you guys managed to hold out for a lot longer than probably a lot of people had thought. So I want to give you guys credit where it's due.
Yeah, we I think we played, I think it was the cat team, and we full held on Nubani for 4 minutes, and we just didn't expect the 7TP onto Nubani on their attack, and that's what really like it definitely shook us up a little bit more than it should have.
I mean, Numbani especially has been a map that is, you get momentum going, it's tough to stop it. You guys had some good, stalls thrown in here and there, but you're right. Just the Jack aggression can be a little bit tough to deal with. No matter whoever you're playing, that's rough.
Yeah, coming from someone that was his teammate, I've seen it. I've seen what it does firsthand, and it hurts to be on the opposite side of it.
Sure.
Jack attack. But I think that you guys still did a smart idea with choosing Numbani, because like you had mentioned, you guys have had success on it before, and you guys definitely showed some successful signs of it now. But going back to the first map we played, like, how do you guys feel about the outcome of that one? Because I thought that it was pretty close.
Honestly, we could have played better, but I mean, it happens. They hit us with a comp that we thought we were prepared for everything, but we didn't expect Ryan Ball rush, so it definitely caught us off guard.
I don't think many teams do. It's an odd. It's unique.
They're a bit silly.
Definitely. Well, again, congrats on kind of making it this far. It is always unfortunate to have to go home, but you go with your head high, your tail high as well. If depending on what species of monkey you are. And you know what? As we go to break here, Jordan, I gotta know, if you could be any monkey, any species. Personally, I'm a gibbon kind of guy. But what would you go with?
I love Tolumian spider monkeys.
Okay.
They're great.
I'm acting like I know what that looks like, but I'm gonna nod.
Here, I'll put it in BPL general for you really quick.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of monkey I would be. But...
That's what they look like.
Oh, dude, they're all the tail boys. I like those guys.
Yeah. They run around like with their chest out, with all their arms kind of walking behind them. It's great.
Do have a monkey story.
Oh yeah.
I was actually in Costa Rica, and a monkey tried to steal my clothes out of my beach bag.
Those devious scamps.
Yeah, they love stealing shit. It's crazy.
But well, Jordan, I can say as we go to break here, you stole our hearts. But yeah, Rafflecopter able to make it in. I believe these next matches will be on the A stream. So I believe I'm remembering correctly. B stream is kind of over for the time being. Now, yeah, it'll be Rafflecopter and Selfish Gaming at 6 p.m. Getting that final bracket all sorted out. It's getting close to the end here.
Yeah. Who are you guys expecting to win it all?
Dude, blue. I feel like blue screen, man. They just look scary. They look scary. But the Butters, Butters on that team, right? Am I remembering correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's scary. He's scary to play against.
They were a warm-up, and we beat them in our warm-up. So we were really, specifically on Nepal, we were like, okay, we can beat most teams on Nepal. And then Jack just came out with some crazy shit.
Pulling up the bracket. So blue screen is going to be in the grand finals, but I wanted to see who was going to be going up against them. And judging by what I'm seeing, it's going to be the lower finals, which is going to be I believe it's probably the winner of ROFL Copter Selfish Gaming, and then probably, what is it, PingMania now?
It'd be PingMania. Yeah.
So it's going to be either ROFL Copter Selfish Gaming or PingMania, and judging by how PingMania did in that match against Fadeless, they were kind of the underdogs in that situation because I know everybody on my stream thought that Fadeless was going to win in terms of predictions. So judging by my sole bias of only seeing them play so far and RFL Copter, I think I'm going to rank it as PingMania, RFL Copter, and then Selfish Gaming in terms of who's going to be with Blue Screen in the finals.
Right on.
I expect Rafflecopter.
They're scary, but only one real way to find out, and that would be to watch. So thank you all for hanging out, vibing with us. Go to the main stream, which is twitch.tv/Avast. I'm sure you know that guy. He's been around the block a couple times. But yeah, go enjoy and have a good rest of your evenings.
Yes, you guys. Bye-bye.